Morty's Diner. Hot coffee without the toxic sludge.
Well, hey there. Welcome to today's show. Sunday afternoon at Morty's Diner. Yep. Busy day here. All right. GD. Oh, yeah, it'll be exciting content until the link is dropped and the puck torpedo immediately sinks the stream seconds later. Really? Wheelie? Okay. All right, we can talk about that later on, if anyone wants to. That's an interesting comment. All right, let's get some snappy music in the background. Turn off the coffee shop. Yeah, this is good. All right, I'm taking my nutritional supplements right now. So, I don't cook them. I just take them right out of the bottle and eat them. Yep. Tastes better that way. Yeah. GD. How's it going, GD? Hey, I saw some video from Thailand with an Argentine girl in a bikini. Wow, what a beauty. Man. Anyway, GD channel member, the puck torpedo is already homing in on the SS Morty's Diner. Really? You think so? I don't think so. But we can talk about that later. Oh, man. And again, thank you for the 100 peso super chat. All right. Wow, what a day, I'll tell you. 11 people watching. Thank you very much. I'm going to give my show a thumbs up. Feel free to support the channel with a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Your choice. Become a member, click join. Super Chat, PayPal, Ko-Fi, Cash App. Anything to support the channel is appreciated. Thank you very much. GD, you sound benzoed out. I am. I took way too many last night. It's true. It's true. I mean, the prescription is one tablet twice a day. Not going to tell you the dosage, but that's the actual official prescription on the bottle. One tablet one or two times a day. And last night I took 4 tablets. I've read interviews with people in, drug-related interviews and, rock and roll stars who all talk about their drugs. And one story was a very famous guy was ready to end it all, and he had a bottle of Valium. He was a British star, but he essentially had, benzos, Valium. And he had a whole, doctor's prescription bottle with like 30 tablets. And he came home, he was on tour, and he came home and his wife was there with another man cooking breakfast, wearing bathrobes. It's a true story. So he was planning to go hang himself, but what he did was he just, reached in his bag, took out the drugstore bottle of Valiums, and he swallowed. And it's in his book. He swallowed all 30 tablets, and he said he fell asleep for 2 days, woke up, and everything was fine. I mean, that's really the true story. Yeah. The truth. I mean, it's his truth. No, that's a true story that he told. But anyway, yeah. Hello, System of a Clown. How are you? AD Always Talking is the most brutal long talker in history. I had 3 strokes today with full recovery periods between each, and he was still talking. Oh, you mean he did a show today? That's nice. Jimmy, how are you? I'm trying to I'm trying to have an energized or up kind of voice, but benzos have about 24 hours. They take about 24 hours to get out of your system. So I'm just going to talk how I really feel right now from the benzos, the overdose I took last night. Well, not overdose, but excessive dose. I'm not going to fake it. Jimmy. Good afternoon, Morty. Morty, when can we expect your rap song to come out? And which language will it be in? Thank you. My next rap song? It's going to be in Serbian. Yeah, it's going to be in Serbian. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be riveting. Thank you for the question, Jimmy. Oh, GD, you can't even imagine. Yeah. 15 people watching. Thank you very much. We know there's 50. It says 15 people watching. We know who's watching. They're always watching. Watching, listening, smoking, toking, bonging, slurping, drooling, slobbering. Yeah. Hey, anybody want to talk about anything today? Ask any questions, introduce any topics. That would all be fine. That goes here. And I've got my finger on the button just in case anybody does something wrong. Woo! I can immediately do that. Okay, very good. So we got all the controls going. Yeah. Oh, I feel terrible. So the last show I did, was the emergency broadcast. Was it last night? I don't remember what's today. Today's Sunday. It was a Friday. That was Friday's show, if I'm correct, if I recall. And I did 5 hours. I think I did 5 hours, maybe 6. And I failed 7.5 years on my YouTube channel. And I was unable to, with endless pleas and e-begging, unable to raise $100 PayPal, Ko-Fi, Cash App for my emergency money crisis, personal financial crisis. I did get less than 50. Maybe 50 or a little less, I think. And I thank all those people who stepped up and threw me $1 or whatever, you know. And I greatly appreciate your presence here, supporting or helping out in a time of need. But, yeah, I mean, it's just stuff. You know, but I mentioned this several days ago. And it's really kind of true. Yeah, it's kind of true. And of course, in that message, I also include myself. But enough of the depression and long talking. Let's get into the French fries and ketchup. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get into the French fries, brown gravy, and cheese curds. All right. Oh, man. So I'd like to know what's the big deal with the hate against Puck on my show. Puck is a great guest, an excellent conversationalist. He has a tremendous range of topics that we talk about. Yes, he did drop an N-bomb on 2 different shows. I deleted it. As a matter of fact, the first show I removed that. After the show was over, I edited that out, and I just remember on the second time, which I think was 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, I didn't even get to go back and edit out that N-bomb. So after today's show, I'll go back and just cut that out, edit that out. But that's amazing that I would get picked on for having Puck on my show because he dropped 2 N-bombs, when the people who are welcomed and are everyday / popular guests on many other channels, they do on a daily basis. They have a history of months, years, N-bombing, J-bombing, F-bombing, A-bombing, M-bombing, F-bombing, relentlessly and regularly. Nobody says anything about that. And all those people who seem to complain about Puck appearing on my show, they're fine with those people appearing on those shows, their shows. Isn't that absolutely? Well, it's the community standards. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, it's classic. Classic mental asylum behavior. All right. And I did tell Puck. I gave him the serious warning. If he does it a third time, then he's just gone. I can't have him on. I can't risk having him on the show. And I do like talking to the guy. He's one of the way more interesting people to chat with. I mean, there's just no question. The variety of topics that we talk about. But if he does it a third time, I just have to not welcome him back, Yeah. Boy, I feel sick. I don't know if I should take Tums or Tylenol. GD, channel member. Puck is a great guest. once a month. When he comes on and dominates every other show, it can be difficult. Mort, especially when you go into cruise control and let him blabber on for hours. Do I do that? Do I go into cruise control and let him blabber on for hours? No, I believe we have 50-50 conversation. Now, there were a couple times where he was on and T-Dubs hopped on the panel, and then the two of them just started talking pure Aussie talk, and it was kind of fun to listen to just two real Aussie guys talk with all the expressions and slang and topics, Aussie topics. So in those two instances, I did just, recline back and enjoy the content of those two guys talking, because there was no reason for me to interrupt. It was going terrifically, But I don't go into cruise control and just let them blabber. That's not accurate. But yeah, GD, if you're tired of Puck being on the show too much, hop on yourself. Become a new panelist, a new guest. Just saying. Yeah, I don't know whether to take Tums or aspirin or Tylenol. So I was at the supermarket yesterday, and I remembered I need a cigarette lighter so I can smoke that pre-roll. So I walked up to the cigarette counter, which is by the customer service desk, and I asked the girl working there, I said, "What's your cheapest?" Because I only need one cheap cigarette lighter. Those big disposable lighters. I don't know what they cost, $1.99, I don't know. And I said, "Hey, hi, what's your cheapest cigarette lighter?" So on the shelf there, she had some of the stuff was missing. They hadn't refilled the product, so she had a 2-pack for $6.99, but it was like for lighting a fireplace, very long, extended. I said, no, it's not what I'm looking. I don't. The price was fine, but I don't need two of them. But $6.99 would have been okay. I would have smoked last night. Instead, I took the 4 benzos. But I need to go to a gas station or a dollar. I'd never go to a 99-cent store, but. If I see a 99-cent, a dollar store, I guess that would be a great place to buy a really cheap cigarette lighter. Okay, very good. Hello, mega valued customer. Morty, 2 glasses of brandy with some dark chocolate will settle your stomach. Really? Sounds nice. I have 2 bottles of very, very nice Spanish brandy. Very nice. I don't have any dark chocolate. I guess I could do a DoorDash just for a chocolate bar. One dark chocolate. Thank you, Mega. If you do buy the light, make sure it's returnable. Why would I understand your joke, but no, I get the lighter. I'm just going to open it up and light up. I can return it. It's only going to cost like $1.99, I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever bought one of those big disposable lighters. If I did, it was decades ago. So I don't know. Mm-hmm. No topics today. We can talk about anything anybody would like to bring up, or if anybody wants to come on the panel, just say you need a link, and we can do that. Yeah, have you been following the latest stories about UFOs and aliens? Wow, it's coming. Something big is coming very, very soon. And I'm fine with it. I mean, release everything. Show us the films of the aliens. And, I mean, absolutely, let's do it. And will it have any impact on my life? Or whatever's left of it? No, not at all. Will it be fascinating to see what it appears to be that they're coming towards? They're nearing with their content, audio and video clips. So, yeah, let's bring it on. Where's Easy Company? I don't see him anymore. I'd like to talk to him about Vietnamese food. But I guess whatever. Hello, Mrs. Wilkinson. Good evening. We have loads of aliens in the UK. They come in boats across the channel every day. That's absolutely right. It's amazing. Do you know there's a video I'm looking at here, a short, of a moose underwater. It says a moose can go underwater, like in a lake or whatever, and eat the greens growing, they can stay underwater for a certain amount of time and then go and eat and then go back up for air. Unbelievable. If this is true. Unless it's AI. But why would anybody go to the effort of making a video, an AI video of a moose underwater eating plants? I guess it's AI. Everyone in the comments is saying it's AI. Okay. I bought a lotto ticket. I won $8. I got an $8 winning ticket. So next time I go to the store, I'll cash that out, and then I'll buy more tickets. Yesterday I looked, I don't know why I looked it up. I was watching some program, and so yeah, the Rolling Stone list of the 250 greatest guitarists, ranked from, low, number 250, to high, or the best at number 1. And I know Rolling Stone is just an irrelevant joke. And when you look at that list, I mean, it is so beyond, it's just beyond meaningless. It is so stupid. And I know people like to say, well, that list, look at this list. There's always a list for something, but the Rolling Stone list of the top 250 guitarists is just absolutely like it was written by I can't even imagine. I mean, it was just absolutely awful. It's just stupid. You can't say inaccurate, because how are you going to tell these people what's accurate or not? Because they're just, they have agendas. Anyway, no topics. I'm just here if anybody wants to ask questions or hop on the panel or suggest anything. Topic-wise, that is. GD, how are those clips everyone's been asking for coming along? They're almost done. It's almost done. It's almost done. They're almost done. Showing all the hate, viciousness, and... Well, the thing is, I'm going to, when I show those clips, I don't expect it to make any impact at all because, it should be, I want to just, put it out there, and but when you're dealing with people with psychological and behavioral issues, it won't mean anything, but it's something that should be done. We have a guest backstage, and he just left. It says not connected. Yeah, it's that same guy. Same guy. Amazing. He doesn't stop trying to get on the show here so he can drop N-bombs. He just left. Get some clips of Kenneth Copeland and Benny Hinn. Oh, I watch those channels that have that show the Benny Hinn and all those mental case Bible thumping fakes, total con men, criminal con people, criminal. Kenneth Copeland, of course, the king of all of them. And I watch that stuff. I've watched that stuff for decades. It's amazing. Talk about sending money. It's amazing people send them money in billions of dollars when you add it up. It's amazing. Anybody out there eat tripe? Stomach or stomach lining from a cow, or I guess a yak or a sheep or whatever. Anybody eat tripe? I watched, a couple Asian chefs making tripe. A couple of videos of that. It's just unbelievable. I know people around the world will eat it, but it's just. I mean, I would vomit if it was served to me. I would probably vomit. It just looks so awful. It's amazing. What compels someone to order tripe? I mean, I understand if you're stranded and there's absolutely no food and you're starving to death, you'll eat every single thing you can find. But just to go order tripe, I mean, it's just disgusting. In my opinion. But people eat it. Hey, hello, Espresso Racer. You eat tripe? Really? It's chewy, but delicious in Mexican soup. But why? What? For what reason would anyone want to eat tripe, knowing what it is? It's just... amazing, yeah. That's a great point. I mean, I never ate squid until I moved to Japan. And then where I was living, squid was like the deal, the thing. Everybody was eating squid. So, I mean, I changed my opinion about eating squid, but... I mean, I can see eating squid, going back thousands of years, you're hungry and you see this thing and you go, well, I'll try it, just to eat. But then it becomes a mainstay of your area's daily food, and I think eating squid is kind of strange, but a lot of people eat squid, Mediterranean and Asian people, as a cuisine item. It's amazing. Same with octopus. I don't see any reason to eat an octopus. It's not really for the flavor. And, if you want any nutritional benefits of eating octopus, eat some fish or something else, Yeah, well, whatever. There's worse things to eat than squid or octopus. Mega value, chicken feet walk around in chicken poop all day long, but they're considered a delicacy. Yeah, in the Chinese food. Japanese, all the Japanese girls, in particular girls that I knew, Japanese, they love chicken feet. They would go to Chinatown or Chinese restaurant and get chicken feet. And I couldn't believe why. And they said, oh, it's so delicious. And they invited me to come along with us. No, I just can't do chicken feet. Oh, but, whatever works for anybody, I guess works, but, I don't know. I had a can of peas for lunch, had a can of Del Monte green peas with some potato chips. That was my lunch. I'm going to take some Tylenol. Now I have a choice. Should I take the capsules? What do I have here? All right, I've got tablets, rapid release capsules, and liquid gel caps. I don't know. Which one should I take? Well, now let's look at this. The rapid release capsules would go to work faster, is what they're implying. But the liquid gel caps would do the same thing, just take some number of minutes longer. Let's see how many I have inside. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to take 2 of the liquid gel caps. They're actually pretty large. Hang on. Okay. Did it. Oh, man. Well, it's like pigs. Pigs walk around and sleep, roll around in their own poop, you know. I guess you can wash them all off and then you boil it all up. You boil the meat and you broil it at 500-degree temperature. It's going to kill all the bacteria, but does it? I mean, it's just disgusting. I take drugs every night on the show. Morty, taking drugs, well, if you consider Tylenol that exciting, but yeah. I guess for today's content, that was the highlight thus far. Yeah. Ah. What is this? Brand new release Pentagon video. Just in, F-16 shoots down apparent UAP. Wow. Unbelievable. Over Lake Huron, which is up around Michigan or somewhere like that. Mega value. Tylenol will give you terrible nightmares later tonight. Enjoy. Tylenol usually just gives me, brings about sleep easier and gives me a pretty decent night's sleep. But sometimes I do have some pretty far out dreams when I take Tylenol. But that's like 95% of the time. It's no problem. Maybe higher, maybe 98% of the time, there's no problem. Dream-wise. Hi Al, how are you? Now take 1 aspirin and 1 Tums. Should even things out a bit. Oh, after the 2 Tylenol, take an aspirin and Tums. Well, why not? Yeah. Maybe I will later. Yeah. I think it's time for a rest break. This has been hard work so far. So I'll be back shortly. Thank you. All right, and we're back. We're back to nothing. Yep. No topics, no guests, no questions, nothing. But we're here. If anybody wants to ask questions, suggest topics, or jump on the panel. If not, no sweat. Ah, we have a comment from Brightling. Hey, how you doing? Do you ever notice multiple airplanes in your area with chemtrails from the back of the plane regularly? Yeah, I've seen that for years. What are they doing? I don't know. It's I think they are some kind of chemtrail. I think that's a reasonable thing to believe. And are there government groups covering it all up? Yes, I believe that. Or are people like Bill Gates involved in whatever they're doing? Hey, anything's possible. So I haven't noticed the planes doing that. I mean, very recently, but over years and years, I've seen that, and it's always like, what are they doing? But yeah. I've noticed it in multiple states I've been in recently. Really? Well, something may be going on. Something new, or just continuation of what's been happening. Yeah. Hey, Brightling, your last post about Watch Nicholas with the beer bottles, that's getting quite a bit of chat on other channels. Yeah, it's a winner. Yep. People are talking. Yep. Amazing. I don't know if that was a meme or a real photo. I mean, an actual photo, like from his computer webcam that took a picture, or if that was just a memed kind of image. I don't know. Brightling, I've spoken to different people, and Bill Gates is always on the list. Yeah, the guy is nefarious, without question. Yeah. Hello, Mac Lobster. How are you today? Oh my, Laura Connor. Wow, it's so nice to see you. Yes, it's a Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day weekend here in the U.S., which is traditionally, well, the holiday is actually the 31st, but this is the weekend for celebrating. And what that means for us is it's the kickoff of summer. And it's all backyard barbecues, going to the beach, barbecues on the beach, picnics in the park, and going to graveyards where you may have relatives there to leave a flag or just make a visit. And parades around the country too, small town parades. Thank you, Laura. Hope you're doing really well, making lots of money. McLobster, things are okay, heading to a barbecue. Nice, very nice. Yeah. Bringing some locally made hot dogs. Locally made hot dogs? Tempted to bring a quality... Yes, mustard makes the hot dog. You bet. Breitling, it's always concerning when very serious accusations are made from people that only end up being their own confessions. This is particularly the case when they have a proven history of it. I know what you mean. Yeah. It's always concerning when very serious accusations are made from people that only end up being their own confessions. This is particularly the case when they have a proven history of it. Wow, you're absolutely right. Completely. Yeah. I mean, like, what if I show up like man and they have middling mustard? I mean, what can you do? You just have to use the lightweight mustard that's there. So yeah, bring your own. Yeah. Hello, Gampers. Good evening from rainy New York City. Really? Rainy. Sounds nice. Man. Campers, hoping it a 6-hour stream on account of just about to eat dinner. Yeah, I'll just hang around, see if anybody wants to talk on the panel or ask any questions or comments. So, yeah, no plans. Still can't get over the dingo conversation. Well, you see, this is something that those other viewers did not appreciate. The people who who criticize and whine. That was like a half-hour conversation between Puck and T-Dubs, and I just sat back and listened to it. They just gave them the floor, and it was all about dingoes and Australian wombats and koalas, and it was really really interesting chit-chat to listen to. Yeah, it was terrific. Gappers make sense. However, when I was in Uruguay on a bike ride with Mrs. Gampers, we were set upon by a pack of stray dogs. It was quite hairy. Wow, Uruguayan wild dogs. Jeez. Yeah, I know what you mean. 4:30 here. I'm waiting for the Tylenol to take effect. Beef stew night. Did you make that at home or is it DoorDash? Freshly ground. What brand of coffee do you buy? Do you have there at McLobster? Home cooked. Did your ingredients include bay leaf? That's a very important question. Damn right, bay leaf in the beef stew. Wow. You want to take a picture of it and email it, send it Morty's Diner at proton.me. I can show it on the screen. Just saying. Beef stew content is always good. McLobster, I'm using an espresso blend to make espresso from Black Oak Roasters. I have not heard of that brand. Okay, very nice. Wow, look who's here. MT85, $10 channel super chat, super sticker. Thank you so much, MT85, for helping Morty's Diner and for acknowledging that we're alive over here. We are alive. Thank you so much, MT85. McLobster, shocking what people spend on bay leaves. I have a small bay tree in a pot. Well, now that's extraordinary. Can you take a picture of that and send it? We can put that on the screen. Gildan, good evening. Morty, doesn't the diner have standards? There we go, Gildan. Okay, Gildan. Yeah. That was a shame. Yeah, Gildan, sorry you're unhappy about the channel. There's always the prison cocksucking channel, if you prefer a different show, okay? So there's plenty of choices. What can I tell you? You want to make an accusation like that, send in the proof. Morty's Diner at proton.me. There you have it. Sent it to... Okay, great. All right. Wow. Okay. I'm looking forward to this. This could be something big. Hey, look at this. Got an email here, and let's click on this. Wow, now that's a picture. Let's see if that shows up. There it is. It worked. Okay. Hang on while I get this coordinated. Stand by for exciting brand new content. I mean like for reals. I mean really big. Let's see if this works. Here's a picture just received from Gampers. He's making beef stew. Well, that's an interesting. Let's make sure it's showing up there. Let me remove that. Let's analyze this photo. Okay, that looks like a small pot. Are you making it just for one, or that for a whole family? We have beef, one bay leaf, carrots. What is that? Is that noodles or something? Don't know. You have celery, onions. All right, and we have a watch. It's a Longines. I can't make out which watch that is, but yeah, looks good. Nice three-hander watch with a beef stew. You're not going to get quality content like this anywhere else. Not on those hate channels. Most of these wimps would never dongle their watch over a stew like that. Well, listen, most of those people never even do any home cooking. They just eat out of a Chef Boyardee ravioli can, or or go to the gas station for food, sandwiches and coffee and super big gulps, and yeah. By the way, I saw a few minutes of the AD Never Calling show earlier today on the New Bro show, and this guy, the decamillionaire that he is, he eats the worst fucking cheapest garbage imaginable. He showed himself eating not only the can of Chef Boyardee ravioli, which, whatever. That's all right, I guess. But he buys Kroger brand, the supermarket Kroger brand, what was it, cookies or something? Nobody buys those except trailer park people, homeless people, or people ransacking a Kroger's, ripping everything off of the shelf in a citywide riot. Who the hell would, can you imagine the ingredients on the Kroger brand of cookies? Everything is processed and artificial, chemicals, coloring, and chemicals, and oh, fuck. He eats that shit. Plus, he had a can of a generic brand string beans. This is the guy who buys and sells used clothing on eBay. He wears used clothes, used shoes. He buys Kroger brand cookies. Jeez. And what was that? Generic brand of spring. Unbelievable. Oh, man. It's in a casserole for Mrs. Gampers and Little Gampers. Nice. Very nice. What else do you have in there besides carrot and bay leaf? Can you describe any other ingredients? And what are you going to have it with? Potato, rice, Kroger's cookies? Wow. Hostess cupcakes? Wow. Trix. What is Trix? Trix needs to stop their age discrimination. They need to be for everyone. What is Trix? It's a breakfast cereal. I remember, maybe it's something else. I don't know. Okay, see you later. All right. Max Carter. Morty's name buzzing all over the verse. Oh, well, they love talking about me, and making shit up, dramatizing the mundane and making up lies and hate. It's absolutely all true. But, what else are they going to talk about? Yeah, when I finish putting together my collage clips, we'll be talking over here. We'll be doing some talking. It's going to be fun. Or enlightening. Nobody will care. I mean, it won't motivate anybody to do anything, or it certainly won't change anyone's thinking. But the material's going to be coming up pretty soon. It's going to be really, really good. Thank you, Max. After the show, I think I'm going to walk over to the gas station and get a Bic disposable lighter, something really cheap. You know, $3 would be okay. Here's a good question. Why not get a box of kitchen matches? Well, that is a good question. That would work as well, but I don't need a big supply of matches. Just, whichever's cheaper would be fine. All I need is a pack of matches, actually. But where the hell do you go get a pack of matches? I guess if you buy a package of cigarettes at 7-Eleven, do they give you a pack of matches? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Let's look this up on DoorDash. Let's see if 7-Eleven has a cigarette lighter. Well, now look who's here. I have to lower the music for this because I am stunned by the soup. Bear Clooney watches, $10 Canadian. I want peace between Patrick and you. You two hold grudge too much. You are also both true OGs of this sick community, and that should mean something. You don't care about my opinion, but here it is anyway. Well, I am, Larry David would say, blown away with your comment. Let me read this again. I want peace between Patrick and you. Okay. I did catch a little bit of Patrick's show earlier today. Not all of it. I did record it. So I'll look at it later on triple speed to see what he was talking about. You two hold a grudge too much. Okay. You're also both true OGs of this sick, may I say, very fucking sick community. And that should mean something. Well, not to him, apparently. Okay. You don't care about my opinion. Well, I wouldn't say that. I welcome your opinion. But here it is anyway. Well, thank you for posting the comment, Bear. Thank you for the accompanying super chat. I explained on the Bateman show, I think it was yesterday, what the nature of this current situation is with 80 Never Calling. And it's that simple, I'm sure he'll be spinning it or did spin it on his show. I'll listen to it and see what he said, But it's really that simple. But And by the way, well, I can tell you some other things, Bear Clooney, but not today. You know, let's have things maybe cool off. But I can tell you things. I can definitely tell you things. Yeah. Anyway, McLobster. Everyone wants peace between you two. You think so? Really? You think so, McLobster? I don't think so. I think Drekovac, you know, the Shrieker. Let me see. Is he out there, Drekovac? The Shrieker? Where is he? Yeah. You know, the Chicago Shrieker. Yeah, no, he enjoys any variety of red meat, you know, chewy or tender, you know, mutton or prime rib. You know, he enjoys the whatever's going on, and yeah, because he enjoys anything he could launch his crooked, you know, tooth gap into, you know, to stir up shit. He's on it. He's on it like fly on a shit turd, you know. So he'll enjoy it. He'll probably be talking about it on his next show, you know. But yeah, everyone wants peace between. Well, apparently Patrick doesn't, you know. But that's where he's at today, you know. Who knows? The guy is the #1 flip flopper. He flips and flops to everywhere, on everything. And I'll talk about that when I do the video presentation coming very soon, very, very soon. Thank you again, Bear Clooney. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching. Yeah, Hurritan, channel member. Morty, do you feel with AD never calling seeking monetization, this is an escalation of tensions with the goings on at the diner? No, not at all. He's already a decamillionaire. So if he makes another X dollars a week, or, you know, whatever, you know, thousands a year, it doesn't impact his financial situation at all because he's already a multimillionaire, you know. And it doesn't affect my situation at all because, you know, no matter what goes on here, I only average about $100 a month, give or take, which, you know, so, I mean, you know, so it has no impact on my channel. And if he wants to receive money, well, if, you know, he gets money on his new monetized channel, fine, you know, whatever. Speaking of which, Hurritan, how about tossing in a quick $10 Canadian super chat so I can buy some poutine? Anyway, just saying. Okay. Bear Clooney, comment number 2. No, that is not true, McLobster. Definitely not true. Everyone wants peace. Well, no, that's not true. No, Curly certainly enjoys any hot meat. I'm speaking prison jargon. Any hot meat, red meat, any fighting. He's in on it and exploiting it with 3-hour shows. So he likes it. And you know, and who else out there? Some other people, you know, are digging it. You know. McLobster, will this be a PowerPoint? Gee, I hadn't, or a stop motion style presentation. A PowerPoint. You know, I didn't think of PowerPoint. You know, McLobster, that's an awfully interesting question. PowerPoint. Okay, I will think that over. That would really be that would be pretty cool. Make it a PowerPoint. Along with the videos stuff. Thank you for that interesting point, McLobster. I will think that over. Very, very good comment. Yeah. Bear Clooney, apparently you're not banned, so that's pretty all right. Hop on the channel anytime you ever feel suicidal and you need, you know, some long talking. Hop on the channel anytime you want. We can talk in a relaxed format. Oh. Peace amongst fellow Yankee Morty and, well, ADNC considers himself a Texan. Now, I lived in Texas 9 years, and he considers himself a Texan. He's from Buffalo, but yeah, whatever. I mean, he can go buy a $500 Stetson. He's not a Texan. I can go to Calgary and buy a $500 rodeo hat and boots. I'm not a Canadian. I'm not a rodeo guy. Look, I can go to the gift shop at Montreal Airport and buy a toque with a beaver on it, but that doesn't make me a Canadian. Okay. The Diner folk would love a visit from Bear. Well, he's been here in the past, years ago, and we had some pretty phenomenal content. Yep. But, anytime he wants. Yeah. If he ever wanted to, he can certainly do that. Buffalo is the armpit of New York. Yeah, I heard that growing up. Growing up in the New York, Long Island area. Everyone there always said, the Buffalo is the asshole of New York. Buffalo is the Buffalo is the armpit of New York. And when I was looking at colleges to apply to, a very popular choice would have been, and a very good choice, would have been State University of New York at Buffalo. That would have been a very fine choice. I would have gotten in there. And my friend said, what the hell you want to go to Buffalo for 4 years? It's a fucking asshole of New York. Or armpit of New York. And I said, really? But the school's really good. Why? Fuck that. Go to Stony Brook or something. Don't go to fucking Buffalo. So that talked me out of that. But, yeah, the only thing, not from being in upstate New York, but the only thing I can tell you about Buffalo is the only thing it's famous for is kielbasa. Okay, kielbasa, and they have the football team, and it's next to Niagara Falls. They got some colleges up there, and a lot of snowfall. Buffalo, Syracuse, tremendously heavy snowfall area, which I like a lot. That would be nice. That's it. That's all that I can tell you about Buffalo. Yeah. All right, let's continue on. Let's see. McLobster, they've practically ruined our country with their wings. Oh, Buffalo wings. Yeah, well, I don't understand that whole concept. I mean, it's like $1 billion restaurant industry on its own of chicken wings. I mean, what is the big deal about chicken wings? And then you get extra super dynamite spicy chicken wings. I mean, what is the appeal in that? I don't get it. I mean, I never looked into it, to find out the allure of it. But I don't see what's so interesting about a beer with a plate of chicken wings. Cleveland, Cleveland is the mistake on the lake, right? Well, there's other towns up there which used to be American industrial mighty cities like Erie and Lackawanna, Cleveland, all the Rust Belt cities in Ohio. But now they're just, rusted out, former industrial. There's just nothing going on in those cities. I mean, it's just whatever big businesses they had have gone. Pittsburgh, of course, was a dynamic American city decades and decades, a century ago. Now it's just home to 24-hour gas stations and, Nazi-sympathizing tow truck drivers. That's all they have in Pittsburgh now. And what's that city? Erie. There's a really, where is that school? Lehigh. That's a very fine university Is that in Erie, New York, or Pennsylvania, or Bethlehem, Pennsylvania? Yeah. Well, I don't know what Bethlehem would be like at all nowadays, but the steel-producing city in America, Bethlehem. Incredible. By Allentown area, really. I thought it was Western Pennsylvania. I didn't know that. Well, why did I know it? I don't think about it. So I don't think about things I don't think about. Erie. So I'm thinking of something else. So that's Erie. Yeah, Erie. Wow. These are all that's on Lake Erie. I've never seen a Great Lake. There's 5 of them. I've never seen one. Lake Ontario, Lake Erie, Lake Huron, Lake Superior, Lake Michigan. Well, maybe one day I can get up and into that north central part of the country. As if chicken processors conspired with Buffalo officials to sell their waste material. Well, you make a good point there. Right. Wow. That's a bay leaf in Gamper's beef stew. It's a bay leaf. You know, I'm not really into bay leaves. Bay leaves, when added to like a beef stew or a pot roast. It's very customary to add a bay leaf or 2. I wonder if in Bear Clooney's restaurant, if they're serving beef stew, if the chef uses bay leaves or pot roast, or because it's a unique taste unto itself, and I don't dislike it, but I don't wake up craving a bay leaf. You know, are there people out there in Ohio or Pittsburgh that grind it up and snort it? I don't know. But look, if it's in the beef stew, it's no problem. But you don't eat it. You take it out. You remove it after the cooking. You can serve it like that, but you don't eat the bay leaf. It's very hard, even if it's cooked. Yeah. Wow. I think that's Bear's first time publicly at this channel in 2 years. Maybe 2.5 years. Who knows? But, yeah, there'll be stuff coming up soon. It's coming up soon. Yep. One piece between Patrick and you. You two hold grudges too much. You're also both true OGs of this fucked up, very sick, deranged community, and that should mean something. You don't care about my opinion, but here it is anyway. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I've never been to Cleveland. The only place in Ohio I've ever been to was I flew from New York City to Michigan when I was a high school senior. And I wanted to visit Michigan State University in East Lansing. And I had a full up scholarship to go there. And I was just interested in that school for some reason. I couldn't tell you why I was, but the plane that I took, it did a stopover in Cincinnati Airport. And all I remember about Cincinnati Airport, it was December or January, and there was snow on the ground. It was very dirty snow at the airport. Plane landed, I don't know, waited 20 minutes and took off again. That's my entire Ohio story. Yeah, Michigan was Very, very different than the New York life. I didn't think I would get into it for a number of reasons. I'm sure the school is very, very good. They have a law school, if I remember. No, they have a veterinary college, because that's one reason I thought of it. And they offered almost everything at Michigan State. So, yeah, I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Supposedly, they, meaning bay leaves, supposedly they help digest beans too. I always throw a couple in. When you're making beans, I gotta look this up. Because now this is a whole new bay leaves. Okay. Let's see how yeah, you see it says here, if eaten whole, the bay leaves are pungent and have a sharp, bitter taste. Yeah, you really don't eat them. You just remove them after you do the cooking. The fragrance of the bay leaf is more noticeable than its taste. When the leaf is dried, the aroma is herbal, slightly floral, and somewhat similar to oregano and thyme. Myrcene, a component of many essential oils used in perfumery, can be extracted from the bay leaf, and etc., etc. Food writer blah 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 advises boiling bay leaves in a pot of water, then tasting the water at 5 minutes and at 1 hour to be able to more accurately determine their flavor. Commonly used to flavor broths, grains, soups, stews, and stocks. It is typically removed before serving. Oh, I was right about that. Okay. All right. Bay leaves can be crushed or ground before cooking. I've never heard of that. The crushed bay leaf imparts more fragrance than whole leaves, but are more difficult to remove. Right, okay. Bay leaves can also be scattered in a pantry to repel meal moths, flies, and cockroaches. Wow, the essential oil is usable as an insect repellent. Jesus. Canadian Food and Drug Regulations. The Canadian government requires that ground bay leaves contain no more than 4.5% total ash material, with a maximum of 0.5% of which is insoluble in hydrochloric acid. To be considered dried, they must contain 7% moisture or less. The oil content cannot be less than 1 milliliter per 100 grams of the spice. Well, that's really complicated. I'd hate to be in the bay leaf business in Canada. Wow. Unless they're illegal bay leaves, then there's no restrictions on them at all. But if they're native Canadian bay leaves made by native Canadians, then they're highly restricted by government regulations. If they're recently arrived bay leaves without any papers or documentation, then there's no requirements on the bay leaves in that case. Just saying. Max Carter, peace with Morty and the Holiday Man. There's nothing going on that requires peace with Morty and the Holiday Man. He didn't like that I did a show, my 5-hour, $100 fundraising show, and it went over into his time slot. But as I mentioned, I was having a financial emergency and I needed $100 immediately. PayPal, Cash App, or Ko-Fi. And I think the show was 5 or 6 hours, and it did go into when he was on, but hey, you know, there's a time to be a gentleman, and there's a time to, get that $100 to pay bills, and I don't, and don't suffer that pain and agony. Yeah. Everybody's pissed off. Everybody's just so pissy and angry and hostile, and misinformed, uninformed, and misguided, misdirected, and disinformed by those people. And it's true. I have zero issues with the holiday man. If he's got a gripe with me, well, you know, what can I tell you? I'm not perfect. I don't think, does he expect me to be perfect? A perfect human being? You know, what can I say? I'm pretty close to that, but I'm not actually that level. I think the Tylenol helped. I don't feel as absolutely awful as I did an hour ago. This is a pretty hot and spicy show we got here today. We got McLobster puts bay leaves in beans when he cooks beans. We got buffalo chicken wings talk. Got Bear Clooney showing up. Wow. Yeah, you know, I just scrolled back and saw this question again. Let me go back to this question from Hurricane. He said, Morty, do you feel with AD Never Calling seeking monetization, this is an escalation of tensions with the goings-on at the diner? You know, now that I look at that question a second time, as I mentioned, first point, doesn't matter to me how much money he makes on his channel. It's got nothing to do with my low-income diner, okay? But it would not be beyond AD's Never Calling's modus operandi to seek quick monetization, to have sought quick monetization on his channel as a way to stick it, in his mind, stick it to Morty. Yeah, I can see him doing that because he's very, very petty man. If you know him well, which, I never went to his house and had dinner with his family and stuff, but I've known him a long time, and he is a very petty man, very thin-skinned, and flip-flopper, and boy, does he make up stories. Yeah, it's true. And he talks a lot about well, I won't get into that. I won't get into that tonight. Anyway, 9 viewers. We know who's watching. We know who's talking on the phone behind the scenes to each other, like they do almost every day. And in the WhatsApp, we know what's going on in the WhatsApp groups and the Discord groups. All right, I'm going to look up DoorDash and I'm going to look up 7-Eleven because they do deliver from a 7-Eleven. And let's see if the 7-Eleven has a cigarette lighter. Of course, on DoorDash, it's going to be double, triple the price. But okay. Let's look up the Kroger store. Let's see. Cigarette lighter. $6.59. Yeah, these are ones with the long end to like light a campfire or a fireplace. No. $3.89 or $2.99. Well, a Bic lighter, easy reach wand light. Well, I don't need that wand thing. You know, just a basic Bic. Look at all these fucking lighters. Jeez, incredible. Box of matches. What is this? Diamond Strike. Strike matches. You don't need a matchbook. $1.89, you get 320 matches. Well, no, that's a deal. That might be the best deal anywhere. 320 penny matches, strike anywhere. But I don't need 320 matches. But now that's you're not going to find a better deal than that. For a cheap lighter, Espresso Racer, can you use your oven to light the? Oh, of course that can be done. But I'd rather do it outside. I don't want to stink up my home. Okay, the $2.99 for the basic Bic Click, but it's a Bic lighter, but it's got a longer tip on it, which I don't really like. Let me look at another store here on. Let's see. Target. I don't shop at Target anymore because they went totally. They jumped on the Big Mike Obama train with their support of Michelle Obama's idiotic plans of what everybody else should do. And so I told Target to go fuck off. I mean, essentially. Yeah. Cigarette lighter. Okay. Now here's the Bic Classic lighter. $6.69 for a pack of 5. I don't need 5. But that makes it $1 something each, right? So that's a good $1.34 each. So I just want one. I don't. But the 5-pack, that's a good deal. Okay. I wonder if Bear's Hotel has complimentary matchbooks at the front desk and the restaurant. But I guess not, because you can't smoke inside. So those days are way gone. Yeah. Right, that 5-pack for $6.69 was a very good deal, but I don't need 5. Let's check. Last one, I'll check the 7-Eleven here. 7-Eleven. Espresso Racer, are you ever at a bus stop and someone asks if you have a light? Like, do I look like a smoking lowlife? If I ever was asked, do you have a light? I can't remember it ever happening. If it did, it was 30, 40, 50, 100 years ago. Wow. Bear Clooney's still there. 100% non-smoking, including the patio. So 100% non-smoking hotel as run by the Bear Clooney, which is nice. So, I mean, if you want to smoke, you got to go outside on the sidewalk or across the street. Bear would probably say, no smoking here. And the customer probably says, well, that's not fair. And I'm sure Bear replies, if you don't like it, leave the fucking hotel. I don't care. So, you don't like it, leave. I don't give a shit. Okay. Hey, Thomas Burnett. £19.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Thomas. What a great guy. I can only back up Bear Clooney. I can only back up Bear Clooney watches and Hurritan's sentiments that you should forgive Patrick and make peace. His jibes towards you are merely shtick, and as true OGs, you have both had mutual respect. Give peace a chance. You're not going to make me sing like Yoko Ono, are you? Let's see. His jibes towards you are merely shtick, and as true OGs, you have both had me. Well, listen, Thomas, I'll tell you what. Again, thank you very much for the super chat. When I do the AD Never Calling presentation coming up very soon, possibly with a PowerPoint, whoever that was who said, is this going to be PowerPoint? Then I'll discuss my opinions on what you're saying there, okay? And, thank you very much, Thomas. That's great. Espresso Racer, crappy. It's clear AD was making up death rumors because he really missed you and wanted to bait you back into the community. Well, that's 100% correct. Now, when he was doing that, whenever this was, 2 or 3 years ago, I don't remember exactly, I talked to some people in the, and I said, why is he doing this? And they both said, various people said, he misses you and he wants you back, and he thinks by doing this you'll come back. I said, you've got to be kidding. Who the fuck would think of that? And these folks said, yeah, that's it. He really misses you, and he wants you back on the daily shows or channels, whatever. So he makes up the death rumor and spreads it all over the shows. Said, yeah, that's why he did it. And I just thought, well, I think you're right. I mean, think about who would do that. I would never do anything like that. Let me repeat that. I've never done anything like that. I'd never do anything like that. Who the hell would do anything like that? Only a nutcase would do anything like that. But that's your espresso. You're right. That was the reasoning. Yeah. Incredible. All right. Bear Clooney. Smoking in the room is charged $250 to $500 as it requires deep cleaning and use of ozonator. Yeah, right. Well, I can see for the hotel, you got to get that, if you're advertised as a no smoking hotel and a guest checks in and the room stinks from cigarette smoke, you can't have that. So you got to pay to get so it's right. Unbelievable. Right. $250. Couldn't you just put a bunch of bay leaves all over the room and the next day it would smell pretty good? I mean, I don't know. Yes, thank you, Thomas. Thomas, we can only try our best. Well, Patrick will blame me. He'll say it's my fault. I didn't hear the his full exposition on his show today. I will play that back and see what he was saying. But whatever happened, whatever he said, I'm sure he blames me. It's my fault. All right. Bear Clooney. Death rumor was a joke. I know because I was participating in a joke. Was it a tasteless joke? It certainly was. But nevertheless, it was a joke. Well, all I can say to that is, well, there are jokes, and then there are jokes. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. The death rumor was a joke. I know because I was participating in a joke. Was it a tasteless joke? It certainly was. But nevertheless, it was a joke. I know, it was a joke in a relaxed format. Right. So I'm looking up 7-Eleven, what they charge for a cigarette lighter on DoorDash. Let's take a look. Okay. 0 results? They got to be kidding me. Doesn't every druggie and cigarette smoker go to 7-Eleven? I find it incredible. They don't deliver. 7-Eleven doesn't have a cigarette lighter on DoorDash. Let's try Walgreens. Last one. I'm not a Walgreens shopper. I never get good vibes whenever I go to a Walgreens. The pharmacy staff is always kind of uppity or snooty, and I just don't. I mean, if I have to go there, I'll go there. But here we go. 2-pack of, they got these Bics with the very long, what they call wand, like for lighting a fireplace or a stick of dynamite or something. What is this? 2-pack for $5.29. This is a good deal, but I don't know. What is this? Okay. Look at, this is a 2-pack of Bic cheap lighters, and they have one has like a pair of dice on it, like you see hanging from somebody's rearview mirror, if you know what I mean. And the other one's got some biker tattoo on the plastic. Like, fuck, I don't want to look at that. Oh, they come with different designs. Okay, how much is this? $5.29 for a 2-pack. Well, I mean, you know, price-wise, yeah, I mean. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Bic Simple Lighter, 2-pack of the super cheap lighter is at Walgreens, $4.79 for a 2-pack. The basic. There is a Walgreens that I can pass by on my way to the, to the Voodoo Donuts, and I'll go to Walgreens and get the cigarette lighter there. All right, that was good research. Espresso Racer. The problem is some people thought it was true. There was a lot of confusion. Yeah, now you see, that's absolutely correct, Espresso. I got, if I remember, 55 or 52. I got contacted by 52, I think 52 different people to see if I was alive or dead. So that's when a joke to me is not a joke, you know. But I did. Yeah. I understand that, Racer. I understand that, Racer. I'm not saying it was the right thing to do, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Walgreens, I don't know why. I think they're more expensive than other supermarkets, pharmacies, or you know. But whenever I've dealt with the pharmacy staff at a Walgreens, I just, yeah, I mean, I used to be a Rite Aid shopper, but Rite Aid's out of business, at least nationally or just here where I am. But so I always preferred Rite Aid over Walgreens. I mean, this is really riveting content. But I find your typical supermarket pharmacy, Safeway, or Fred Meyer, which is Kroger. Yeah, in fact, Costco has a really very, very busy pharmacy, but their pharmacy staff is very, very customer friendly. I've never detected any attitude from their staff at all. So, Espresso Racer, imagine someone called in a wellness check and bam, crappy could have been swatted. Well, if that happened, let me tell you, there would have been a swatting back. That's all I can think of to say about that, but yeah, it would not have been good. And why would all these people would have wanted me back? So they just keep having me there for the insults and the put downs and the non-super chatting. You know what I mean? So yeah, I know. 10 viewers, we're kicking ass. All right. Bear Clooney, if you're watching still, I posted a video on my YouTube page under posts. I posted it about 2 or 3 days ago. I was watching foreign country videos, and one thumbnail was about women in Serbia. I thought, wow, that's something to watch. And so it showed all these women in Belgrade. I've got to tell you, I was impressed. I mean, really, like, wow, look at some amazing women there walking around in Belgrade. It's like, I had no idea. I mean, it looked really nice. The street that they were, the area they were filming on. If you check out the video if you want to take a look at your home country there. Women in Serbia are by far the most beautiful in Europe. Well, that's one hell of a claim. You might be absolutely correct. I mean, I was stunned when I saw this video about women in Serbia. And the interviewer asked all of them the same question. Would you rather marry a Serbian man or a foreign man? And 99% of them said a Serbian man. And like 1 or 2% said, oh, yeah, maybe a Frenchman, which is really like bizarre. But yeah, maybe someone from Europe, but no, Serbian. So the Serbian women, 95% based on this non-scientific poll on that video, they want to stay with a Serbian guy and just keep everything at home Serbian. Wow. Whereas you go to the Ukraine and you go, you want to marry a Ukrainian or, oh no, get us the hell out of here. We'll marry anybody, get us out of here. Certainly with the Philippines, you'll get that, But I thought that video was so good, so interesting. I put it on my post page. I know no one's going to watch it, but I put it there in case anyone was going to look at it. We know our own worth. Okay, Espresso Racer. What about Swedish women? Crappy should do a show. Well, now you see that statement Mr. Clooney made here. Women in Serbia are by far the most. I can't say yes or no on that. I certainly can't. But my thought would be most beautiful in Europe. Well, what about Italians and French? Italian, all the Scandinavian countries. You ever seen any Finnish women? Holy shit! How about I've seen videos on the women in Estonia on YouTube. Holy cow! I mean, they look different than the women in Serbia, but absolutely stunning. So there's a lot of choices in Europe for claiming which one is better or the best. That would be hard to say, but wow. Albania supposedly has very friendly policies towards American expats. Albania, what a country. Ugh. I don't know the relationship between Serbia and Albania. I think at one point I did read about all that Balkan stuff, but I don't know if they're friends, close friends, or they hate each other. I don't know right today, but I knew somebody who went to Albania, and he said, who was it? I knew somebody, or I saw somebody on TV, a celebrity or somebody, and they said Albania this was 30 years ago. So it's a black and white country. Everything is it's just like, this might have been after the Soviet era, when that, back when that happened. Whatever happened there, just black and white, colorless, cold kind of city. I only I knew one Albanian girl in my 20 years in LA. I only think I met one Albanian who, I knew was an Albanian. Yeah. Clinton, right. Espresso, I bet you think Japanese are the most beautiful in Asia, but no, it's the Chinese women. Well, listen, I'm not going to be that fussy, okay? But choosing between the most beautiful Chinese and the most beautiful Korean and the most beautiful Japanese, my preference is Japanese, okay? That in no way diminishes the amazingly high beautiful women in those other Asian countries, okay? Yeah. Chinese women, when you marry them, they tend to start screaming at you and pushing you around. A lot of them have this bossy, I'm in charge kind of mentality that came from their parents and their mother, how they raised their daughter. And you just piss them off a little and they'll slap you or scream at you, shove you, And the Japanese don't do that. Korean women won't do that. Korean women, it's money. Money, money. You got to have a lot of money for the beautiful ones. I mean, really beautiful ones. You got to have lots of money. Besides, whatever else. Did you know that Serbia is the most Trump-supportive country in Europe? I did not know that. My knowledge of Serbia up until 5 or 10 years ago was, I thought it was like 1700s Cossack territory up on on the steppes, on the Russian steppes, with the Cossacks and horses and old women walking around with gypsy-looking attire and yeah, I mean, Gampers, looks like Mrs. Gampers Stew has generated a bunch of super chats. Please send her 40% via Ko-Fi or take it down now. Wow. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm not going to take it down because you said I could show it, but what I will do is watch Nicholas' technique. There we go. Well, now it doesn't matter because that's larger than the beef stew picture. All right, the McLobster Balkans are a very hot place to move to for Europeans. I saw this video that Montenegro is like the Riviera type, a beautiful place of that part of Europe, and people from other parts of Europe go to Montenegro and have orgies and all kinds of fantastic hotel experiences and beaches and clubs, and beautiful people go to Montenegro, which is like, what? I guess, I don't know. Serbia has the highest approval rate for Donald. Let me read that. Serbia has the highest approval rate for Donald Trump in Europe, with polls showing nearly 65% of Serbians supporting him. Wow, that's a phenomenal. I would have guessed Hungary, but yeah, okay. Okay, now here we come with the Drekovac pronunciation. Republic Sprska, which is an autonomous part of so-called Bosnia and Herzegovina, is showing 85% support for Trump. Well, what we need to do is get all those fake ballots, mailed in from Bosnia, Herzegovina, and Serbia to counter the Democrat fake balloting. That would be helpful. She's honored to be in this space. Who's honored? Mrs. Gampers? I'm going to show that picture again of the beef stew because, you told me I could show it, then you say I can't show it. I don't like being pushed around. Does that sound familiar? All right. Does anybody know what this watch is in the Gampers beef stew photo? It's clearly a Longines, blue dial, 3-hander, dated 6 o'clock. I'm not going to bring up the Longines website to look for it, but it's looks nice. I'm surprised that you would show that you own a Longines because all those watch people, the watch gurus, they all say Longines is shit. Garbage. I forgot the name. I don't remember the names of the Longines models, but I'm sure I've seen that series. Yeah. I wonder if this beef stew is good enough to be served in Bear's Hotel restaurant. If he ream out the chef for serving this, or if he'd say this is good. Don't know. Hungary has chosen a new path, electing a liberal prime minister. Yeah, I just heard something about that. Prior to that, support for Trump was around 53%. Yeah, I heard that there's a new prime minister, but I don't know the details on any of what's happening there. About 40 years ago, this guy I knew in Los Angeles, he went on a vacation to Hungary, or to Europe, and he visited Hungary. And when he came back, he was telling us stories, about his trip. And he said that there's a Buddha, and then there's pest. So I stopped him and said, "What the fuck are you talking about? There's a Buddha, and then across the river there's pest." He goes, "Yeah, that's right. It's two places, Buddha and pest." I was like, "Fuck off. What are you talking about? It's Budapest." He goes, "No, you stupid fuck. It's Buddha on one side of the river, and the other side it's pest." So I actually looked it up, and he was right. So one of the very rare times, very rare, where I was mistaken. I didn't know. Wow. Who cares what people say, right? Oh, tell that to those people. Yeah, it's the Master Series or something like that. Right, yeah. Yeah. Oh, look who's here. Hello, Puck. What time is it there in Australia? Let's take a look. Uh, 10:30 in the morning in Sydney, so maybe it's yeah. Yep, there it is. Yeah, exactly. I saw Doc's report had a show earlier today. I didn't see that. And then I saw he had a show yesterday or the day before, and I didn't see that. And I heard, I know Holiday Man did a show 2 nights ago where he kind of was pissed at Morty. And I didn't hear that. I only saw the last 10 minutes. So I haven't gone back to see those 3 shows. And you know what? It's okay. I'm fine. I don't have to watch every single show like certain other people. Yeah. Hey, L, $2 from Australia. Thank you very much for helping out the channel. I respect Puck's wealth of knowledge. Yeah, no matter what anybody says about Puck, I've had really great chats with him. He knows a lot about a lot of stuff. I would say with confidence he has a vaster and wider range of knowledge, though some people might say it's trivial stuff, but he has a vaster and more wide range of knowledge than many of these people on YouTube that we talk with or hear bloviating about Rolex 3 hours a day for the last 15 years. Well, I don't know. I I didn't see that show. If he is, there's nothing I can do about that. Okay? That's on him. I did an emergency show to try and get an emergency $100 PayPal Cash App Ko-Fi. I didn't even get 50 with a 5-hour or 6-hour show. That shows you how pathetic this channel is. Yep. And if he can't deal with that, then, as we say in Serbia, whatever. Yeah. Puck, I'm good on a trivia night. Is about it. I'm good on a trivia night. Yeah, when that game came out, Trivial Pursuit in the 80s, I played that with a bunch of people, and one category is entertainment, and I always got every question. And on most of the other ones, it's just too easy. Even when the question was about the moops, I knew it was the moops. The card said the moops, so yeah, it was the moops. Yeah. I think he's kind of ticked at a variety of people, a number of people. If I'm one of those people, what can I say? Definitely going to look at secondhand stores for a board game of Clue. Yeah, I haven't played Clue since I was a young teenager, but it was fun. I remember that. Yeah. Remember, as JB says, it doesn't have to be shirtless Clue. It can be naked Clue. Now, JB's another guy out there who has some issue with Morty. I mean, I'm not gonna. I can't explain it. I mean, anytime he wants to come on, I told him anytime you want to stop by on the show, fine. But I don't know what his thing was about a week ago or so. He really, yeah. Why do people keep calling Elle Ellie? I mean, obviously ELLE is L. ELLIE is Ellie. But most of these other YouTubers, they refer to her as Ellie. I don't know. What can I say? Rebel streaming is real, man. I don't agree with that at all. Anybody can do a show anytime they want, period. Now, it is true, for years, I didn't do a show when Archie was on at his regular time slot. I just did that as a tip of the hat to him, as a deferential thing. But then after a while, I realized, well, there's no point, because he's certainly not my friend. Or, as we say, YouTube friend, And besides, if he was on at the same time as I am, I'm only getting 2 viewers anyway, so it doesn't matter. Puck, I call everyone a fuckwit at some point when I get the shits, but I don't hold grudges. Is the main thing. New day and don't care. Well, they're the grudge holders. Not you or me. They're the grudge holders. Yeah. Bear Clooney, $2 from Canada. I am literally folding laundry while listening. LOL. We got a laundry folder here. We got a laundry folder. Oh, I took down my laundry folding picture. Ah, shit. It was really good. Should have kept it up. We got someone folding laundry while listening. Well, I mean, you're not going to get better than that. You'll never get better than that. Well, let me see if I can find that laundry folding, because that was... See if I can do this real fast. Okay, here it is. Let's see if I can get this up. Yep, there it is. Yeah. He's the laundry folder. I wonder if Bear folds his laundry with precision. I mean, really sharpens out the edges when he's folding towels or socks, you know? Or he just like, you know, flaps everything over and shoves it in the closet. We'll never know. Thank you for the super chat, Bear Clooney. No one puts Morty in a corner. Thomas Burnett, I'm getting the recycling ready to put out while listening. Well, now you're talking. You know, doing the garbage, putting out the garbage. That goes along with this content, this show. Folding laundry, though, that's new. That's something new. Puck, I am so hungover. I got blind last night until like 5 a.m. Wow. Bear, I like the choice of background music, and I am very detail-oriented in all my tasks, including laundry. Do you use fabric sheets in the dryer? You know, fabric softener sheets or static removal sheets? I bet you do. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Do you buy generic Kroger brand laundry detergent, or do you buy, you know, one of the brand name? Or whatever the supermarket chain is up in Canada. I don't know. Do you buy the generic, cheapest, or do you buy, a better brand of laundry detergent? Puck, I think I have about $100 worth of recycling. $1,000 when I go to the return station. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, now does Bear fold his sheets like this? They're not crisply folded, you know. They're okay, but if his if his hotel housekeeping staff folded stuff like towels and sheets like this, I don't know if he'd approve of that. There's no crisp edges or... Oh, fuck. Who the fuck was that? Oh, this guy is folding laundry, if you know what I mean. There's no question about that. But not his own laundry. Now, this looks pretty nice. Yeah, this is nicely done. Yeah, they're folding the laundry at the prisons, too. We got the prison viewers out there watching the show. They don't use as much care to the folding. Yeah, we got Indian viewers out there in Washington folding laundry. Yeah, this is the Ganges River. And this is just... I saw this when I was a teenager on National Geographic or something. So you got here people swimming and bathing. Bathing, not swimming, bathing. Okay, like these folks here. And you got over here people shitting, literally shitting and pissing in the river. And then over here you got people bathing and swimming and washing laundry. Here's the laundry washers. It's and here's Bear Clooney's hotel right here. Fully air cooled, not air conditioned, air cooled when it's 120 degrees out. You want an air conditioner? Go to a fucking different hotel. I don't give a shit. Yeah. And yeah, there it is. The Bear Clooney Ganges. Recently remodeled. Yes. And of course, she does nice laundry. This is actually Portugal. This is a real photo from Portugal. And here they're hanging out the laundry to dry. This is JB's, this might be JB's relatives. We don't know. But we don't have any evidence of how they fold their laundry. Oh my God, what the fuck is that? Right, let's get back. Yep, they have the laundry folders. You use softener and Tide pods. Okay. Yeah, Tide is a good product, good quality. A lot of people think Tide is the best choice of all the brands, but it's more expensive than all the other brands. That's how they position it. I like All. It's been around forever, and I find All just as good as Tide, maybe even better. So I use primarily I like All. No, what do they call it? No additives, no fresh and unscented, no added chemical shit. It's just, you know what I mean, whatever they call it. Free and clear, that's what they call it. Blaine, I bet those wankers have to fold their sheets with a hammer. Bearclaw. I was in the military for a total of 44 minutes? Days? Years? What? Months? Don't know. Were you the laundry and morale officer? That was in Mr. Roberts, that movie with Jack Lemmon. That was a Broadway play with Henry Fonda and Jack Lemmon. And James Cagney was the captain of the ship. And Jack Lemmon's character, he was Ensign Pulver. And his official job was officer in charge of laundry and morale. No joke, that was the movie. I was in the military for 4 years. Obviously, my laundry will look perfect. Well, Doc's report would be proud of your laundry and folding skills, because he makes up his bed every morning. Yeah. Breitling, hey man, a real laundry folder can fold fitted sheets to perfection. I can't do that. I choose not to do that. I take the sheets out of the dryer, one fitted and one flat sheet, and I just, flip them over and fold it up, and it looks good enough, and I put it on the shelf. I don't, make the edges extra crispy and sharp and all that, Nothing wrong with that. Because once you put it on the bed, it gets all wrinkled, and once you sleep on it, it gets all wrinkled and stuff anyway. Cultural enrichment, correct, right. Yeah, the Bear Clooney Ganges, it's 5-star luxury there at the Ganges River location. Blaine, hey mate, holy fuck. The Japanese stock market is going to the moon. The crash is going to be historic. You mean Watch Nicholas is going to lose another 24 yacht masters when it crashes? Holy shit. Pasta. Hey, my nephew swallows Tide Pods, for fuck's sake. Okay, well. What can you say? Hey, I have to take a break, if you know what I mean. So I'm just going to put on a little break music, and I'll be back very quickly. fluffing and folding our laundry. All right, very good. Bear Clooney. Oh, let's get the music back. Must have some background music. There it is. Bear Clooney. I agree with Docs on the importance of making your bed every morning. I believe that is just the right way to start your day. I think that every man should go through basic military training. My personal view. Yeah, that's a reasonable opinion or thought, and I don't have anything negative to say about that. I would go through I would be willing, if I were 18 again, to go through basic military training, as long as they put me in officer school on day one, you know? But, yeah, whatever. All right. Got it. And they let me choose my my specialty area. And they give me a car. And I can eat snacks in the barracks. As long as they were okay with that, then it would have been all right. Basic military training, and then you have the Air Force. I mean, I guess that's a joke with military people, but I don't know why they think Air Force people are not real military, or they're a bunch of pansies compared to Navy or Marines or Army, whatever. I mean, if you're flying a bomber into enemy territory and they're shooting the fuck out of your plane, I mean, isn't that John Wayne enough, you know? I don't know. I guess he's referring to people back at the base who just work with computers and do accounting and financial bookkeeping and mailroom and yeah, whatever. Don't know. Another 3-hour monologue show. Unbelievable. It's coming up on 6 o'clock. I'm getting hungry for dinner. I feel like lasagna tonight. I don't have any money to buy lasagna, so I'll probably just have a can of beans. But I feel like lasagna would be good tonight. Well, look at this. GD from Argentina, $1 super chat. Thank you very much, GD. What a pal, what a pal. Thank you for the support. Channel member. Yeah, I mean, the 14 people watching, go to my YouTube main page where it says posts and look for the video I posted a few days ago about women in Serbia. You won't believe it. You'll all be like, wow, amazing, unbelievable. I am not food of so-called Italian cuisine. I'm not a fan of so-called Italian cuisine. That's very interesting. So lasagna and pizza and spaghetti and chicken cacciatore and shrimp scampi and all the usual Italian type dishes, pasta and stuff, it doesn't really do it for you that much. Wow. Yeah, this is certainly unexpected. Nice to see Bear back in Morty's chat. Yeah. That bear's back, but he's fluffing and folding while he's watching. So. Pasta, 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 who gives a fuck? Well, if you're talking about eating Chef Boyardee ravioli straight out of the can, I can see your point. But, I mean, a really good plate of spaghetti and meatballs or lasagna, manicotti, any of that stuff is just phenomenal. But it's heavy. That stuff is heavy, you know? Yeah. Nowadays, Navy boot camp looks like a joke. The instructors are fatter than the recruits. Shameful. Yeah, I sometimes look at that channel on YouTube called Jameson's Travel. The guy was a former Marine. And he comments on like Navy boot camp clips or Air Force basic, training. And they've had, authorized, videos of boot camp and stuff at Great Lakes. And yeah, they have a lot of the NCOs there. They're fucking fat. Easily 10, 20, 30, 40 pounds overweight. And they're, the NCOs. It's unbelievable. You look at the Marine Corps, instructors, like, holy shit. Pure muscle, Unbelievable. I mean, it looks like a pretty good deal. I guess you could eat all the donuts and shit you want in Navy boot camp. And, if your drill instructor's a fat fuck, 40 pounds overweight, then how can he dare scream at you for eating too many donuts? Unbelievable. Bear Clooney, Greek cuisine, Hungarian, Spanish and Portuguese, Thai, Japanese, French. All of it is superior to overrated Italian food. All right, well, now let's go through this. Greek cuisine, very, very nice. I prefer Italian. I mean, your opinion is absolutely fine, okay? Hungarian, I don't know that much about Hungarian food. Besides Hungarian goulash, which I had a lot when I was younger, I don't know much about it. Spanish food. I don't know enough to comment. Portuguese food. I don't know what Portuguese meals would be and how they would be different than Spanish. When I lived in Hawaii, there's a large Portuguese population in Hawaii, and there's been that. And they have Portuguese salami. What is it? Portuguese sausage. That's it. I don't know exactly what Portuguese sausage is, but it's a way of making sausage. Thai food is okay. I don't like anything spicy with chili pepper shit, And I don't like peanut sauce. Right. Japanese, one of the greatest. French, okay, If you like eating snails and frogs, I guess it's okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm a big Italian food fan, so, but all the foods are good, except, super spicy Indian curry type stuff and super spicy, kimchi, Korean, Asian foods. I can't handle that stuff. What is Canadian cuisine? It's not in this list here. Greek, Hungarian, Spanish, Portuguese, Thai. I guess Canadian cuisine is bacon and eggs, donuts, maple syrup, poutine. What else do they eat up there? Pancakes. That's it. Ham sandwiches and beer. I guess that's it. Unfortunately, the Navy has always had fat sailors. Even on my boat, we had some fat chief petty officers. That's amazing. Yeah. Must be because of the good food in the Navy. That's why. Only uneducated Americans and Canadians think that Italian cuisine is some type of gastronomic pinnacle. Well, I mean, it's extremely basic, simple food. You got your pasta, and you got your tomatoes, and you got your cheese. And with those three things, you can make dozens of different dishes. Manicotti, lasagna, manicotti, you roll it up. Lasagna, you layer it. Spaghetti, you twirl it. Ravioli, you make tiny ones. I mean, it's all the same product. Whatever, I don't know. Spanish paella is the best. I've never had authentic paella, so yeah. Olivier and Curtis discuss the morality of oysters. Yes. That's correct. Laurence Olivier and Tony Curtis discuss the morality of oysters and snails in Spartacus. Yes, that's correct. That's in the scene where Olivier is taking a bath, or is in the Roman baths. And Tony Curtis is his handsome young slave. That scene was actually edited out for a few decades. The oysters and snails conversation those two guys were having. A little bit too much for back then. But then in a re-released Spartacus, they added back that original cut of the oysters and snails, Laurence Olivier, Tony Curtis thing. Wow. 90% of Italian cuisine consists of tomato sauce and differently shaped. That's what I was just saying. Absolutely right. Well, I can't say absolutely right because not having lived in Italy and not being an Italian, I don't know what other things they would have. But it's like Mexican food. One can say, well, you got tortillas, beans, and cheese. Okay. So you have a tostada. That's a flat, fried tortilla spread with beans and cheese. You have a burrito, and that's beans and cheese rolled up in the tortilla. And you have nachos. Those are tortilla chips with beans and cheese, And you have a taco, and that's a curved tortilla with beans and cheese. I mean, yeah, same idea. Yeah. 21 viewers. We're fucking doing great. I'm only supposed to have 2 people watching the show, according to those people. Bear Clooney, Tex-Mex food you're describing is not full spectrum of Mexican cuisine, which is light years. Well, I know that. I'm just making a simple, illustration, which is light years above Italian cuisine. Wow. Listen, you've been in the restaurant, hotel, restaurant, whatever business. So I'm going to take your word on that. That Mexican cuisine might have way more going for it in terms of variety and etc. than Italian. I don't know. No respectable chef would list Italian cuisine in the top 5, unless they were Italian. I would say top 5 is Japanese, French, and top 5 cuisine. Japanese, French. I like English cooking. I mean, people laugh, English cuisine, what the hell is that, But anyway, let's see. Mexican. Mexican food's great. You can eat it every day, 3 times a day, But it's not really sophisticated cuisine like French cooking. So we're led to believe. So I don't know. But Japanese is definitely top 5. Yeah, a lot of people are going to put Indian food in their top five, but I just can't deal with Indian food. I like Indian food made in America following strict sanitation guidelines. Was that an insult to Indian? Yeah, all right, okay. The best Indian food I ever had was in London. Well, that's 100% believable. Yeah. That's changing soon. That's changing soon enough. It's going to be the best Arabian food I ever had was in London. Yeah. Or the best North African food I ever had was in London. When London becomes 80% colonized by these invaders, will there be any more fish and chip shops? Is the question. French cuisine is, well, yes, that's the reputation. And, yep. And probably the fact, yeah. I've mentioned this guy's channel. I'm going to type it in again. If you want to see Chinese cuisine, I mean real Chinese cuisine, this guy's channel is amazing. He prepares anything that's moving. He's going to kill it and cook it. And this might appeal to some of you deviants out there. It's a really incredible channel. His channel name is Uncle Rural Gourmet. I just typed it in. You definitely want to look at his channel and look at the thumbnails and pick one. The last one I saw that he did was he was cooking up a whole tray of pig snouts. And another one I just saw recently was he was cooking up... oh my God, I saw it today. It was tripe. Yak tripe. I just don't believe, I just find it incredible that people eat tripe. It's unbelievable. You got to look at that video. It's the one about yak tripe. Actually, watch any of his videos. They're all amazing. And yak tripe. Absolutely disgusting. But they love eating. They eat everything over there. This is not Hong Kong style. This is out in the country style. Yeah. And all his spices, they're all the same. Peppercorns, chili peppers, ginger, garlic. Oil. So everything he seasons, prepares the exact same way. Uncle Rural Gourmet. You got to look at that channel. It's not a hate channel. It's an excellently produced, cultural and cooking channel. Yeah, right. Tripe is popular in Spain, Italy, Portugal, Serbia, and Hungary. I mean, I can understand when, going back in history, people are starving, then you're going to eat everything on the cow, everything, or the yak. But who wants to eat that shit now? I mean, ugh. Oh, we got a tripe fan. Mexican tripes are excellent. Wow. Breitling, London has all kinds of foods. I had some fantastic Lebanese dishes last time I was there. So many different cultures there. Yeah, I'm familiar with Lebanese food. From, LA or even here in the Northwest. And it's good stuff. Very healthy. It's not inundated with tomato sauces and layers of cheese. Yeah. The Swiss cheese show will be coming up in a week or two. Putting a lot of work into the Swiss cheese show. So be sure not to miss it. L from Australia. Tripe is highly nutritious for you. Low calorie protein and packed with vitamins. Yeah, okay, L, let's say that's all true, okay? But what about looking at it? What about just looking at it? It's just like, doesn't it make your stomach turn and twist? And ugh. Ugh. I mean, I've eaten cow tongue, a number of times, and I guess that's kind of bizarre as well. But, if it's something that you grow up with, you just don't look at it in the same way, But if I grew up with tripe, maybe I would say the same thing you're saying right there. It's nutritious and packed with vitamins, but I just don't see. Bear, I laugh at Italians when they look down on Olive Garden, yet that is essentially their cuisine. Only difference is that Olive Garden is more consistent with product. I went to an Olive Garden in Las Vegas in 2003 or 4. I've got to say, it was really good for for the, Americanized Italian restaurant chain. It was really good. We have a guest backstage. I don't know if this is really who it is or if it's a racist tow truck man. So I'm going to need to ask you to show yourself on camera for 1 second. Since you go on camera, that's nothing for you to do. That way we can verify if that's the racist tow truck man or the actual AD never calling. Nah, it's the racist tow truck man. Yep, there it is. Okay. We did a security, what's that called? A 2-step authentication, and it was worth it. It is in fact the racist tow truck driver. Spewing his racial epithets and profane comments in the private chat. Yep. Amazing. He says, why does AD get to come on and not me? Because you're a racist, anti-Semitic fuckwad. Out of control hater. Doxer, hater. And as I mentioned, if you want to establish any chance of a window opening in contacting with me, send a $2,000 Cash App to, get that window open just a little bit to establish any kind of détente or rapprochement between us, and see if that can develop from that. But outside of that, go back to the gas station and have your dinner, Incredible. Google Hungarian tripe stew. Tell me if that looks disgusting. Yeah, there's a dish in Japan which Japanese girls especially they love it. And I had this date with a beautiful. I could have married her. I should have married her. I had it. I had it. I mean, her. It was there, and I fucked up. One of the many times I fucked up. And let me look this up. Hungarian. What is this called? Hungarian tripe stew. Is this the kind of thing Mrs. Gampers makes? Hungarian tripe stew called Puckelporkult. Puckelporkult. Let's take a picture of it here. Let's see. Oh, that's disgusting. Obviously, I did not pronounce that correctly, all right, for any Hungarians. Traditional Hungarian dish made from slow-cooked beef tripe, onions, garlic, and generous amounts of paprika. Rich, spicy, and flavorful. Good with bread or boiled potato as a hearty main course. No, I'm not going to eat that. And that's too much paprika. Yeah. Where am I here? There we go. Tripe. No, I'm not eating tripe. I mean, so I was saying. So we went to this. What do they call those restaurants? Like a bar restaurant. What do they call that kind of restaurant? It's like the kind of place everybody goes to after work. You get beer and food and I don't remember. Anyway, so we went there late at night for a dinner date, and she ordered. I don't remember the name of it. Marcelo certainly wouldn't know because his knowledge of Japanese cuisine or Japan anything is really limited. But I think it was called, if I remember, a horomon, like Hormon or something like that. And being the classy guy I was, when the waiter brought it to the table, I said, "What the fuck is that shit?" No, I didn't say that. I said, "Oh, what's that?" But it looked disgusting. And she goes, "Oh, it's beef intestine stew kind of thing." And I didn't say anything because this is what this is what she liked, you know. And she's a very beautiful woman, so maybe it's okay to eat, but I'm not going to eat it. But wow, I'd have to ask a Japanese person what that dish was, but it was, if I remember, it was beef intestine thing. Why eat beef intestines? I mean, it's disgusting. Can you really wash out a beef intestine that well, you know? And just think about what the intestines do. I mean, it's disgusting. Anyway, liver is disgusting to me, but allegedly very nutritious. Yeah, well, there's a huge difference between beef liver, like a fried beef liver, you know, and chicken liver. You know, the taste is very, very different. And as disgusting as it sounds, though, chicken liver is very good. I guess. Well, it is, yeah. If you know how to make it. Hurricane. Morty, the legend of the Drekovac, came from deep in the Serbian woods, where a famous stew was being prepared and a scream was once heard. You might be onto something. Right. Drekovac, the Shrieker. Unbelievable. Jesus. The Shrieker, Drekovac. Drekovac. Where is that? Now we're appearing in Chicago, direct from the Serbian woods. Amazing. Bear, I guess it's still disgusting to you. Liver? No, look, I can eat liver. I can eat a chopped liver sandwich because that's chicken liver, you know, but beef liver, I mean, if I had to, I would eat it, but it's really revolting, you know. Bear Clooney, just to clarify, as per Slavic mythology, Drekovac eats corpses of humans and livestock. Holy shit. What about prison sex? Is that part of Drekavac as well? Yeah. Eats corpses of humans and... Yeah, you remember when Barry Soetoro, Barry, President Obama, was giving a speech to military people, and he talked to, and he was praising military corpsmen. Marine corpsmen, that's what it was. He was praising in his speech the Marine corpsmen, which are the medics, but they're corpsmen, or in the Navy as well. Yeah. And only an absolute imbecile who's not an American would not know that it's pronounced, it's a corpsman, not a corpsman. What a fucking retard. Scumbag he is. Was, is, will be. All right, let's continue. No Obama talk. Hurritan, channel member for 12 months. Wow. Thank you so much. Did Nicky showcase his beer drinking skills lately? Hey, listen, Breitling Watching Time posted a Nick related beer drinking meme and with a comment. And it's worth taking a look at. Go to the Breitling Watching Time page. I don't know if that's just a created AI image or if that's a real photo from his bedroom. I can't tell that. I don't know. Either way, whoa, wow, woo. Take a look at that. One of my favorite childhood books was Stone Soup. I never heard of that. What was the China? What the yeah, I don't remember. Yeah. Drekavac is famous for its terrifying, ear-splitting shriek. To help you defend your dead and livestock, be awesome that it's often said that Drekavac is afraid of bright lights and dogs. How about a crucifix? Can you put a crucifix in front of Drekavac to, push him back? Wow, amazing. The Turks never feared any crying from a Drekavac. Hey, oh, I don't have those pictures up anymore, do I? No, I took them down, yeah. Anyway, that's absolutely correct, Blaine. That was his mission. The destruction of the United States. The decline and destruction of the United States. That was his, quote, mission. You're absolutely correct. Yeah. It's all on purpose. Even continuing through today. Right. Beatles called their company Apple Corps, not Apple Corpse. That is correct. What is that beautiful ring, Blaine Cole? Let's go back and look. Okay, is there a story behind that ring, Blaine? Is it a murder ring, like Lux's wedding ring? Quote, wedding ring. Alleged wedding ring. Is that a murder ring? Yeah. Puck, Elf happy now. Long chat with my internet mama friend. Good. Okay. It's our family crest. Is that supposed to be a chrysanthemum? Are you part of the Japanese royal family? Is that what you're saying? You have a family crest? What? Don't tell me your ancient Serbian lineage is going on here. What is this? Family crest. Who the hell has a family crest except inbred mutant royalty in Europe? Wow. My own mother is tired, so I adopted a new one. Well, all right, that'll work. Well, I mean, European heraldry, that's a European deal, Why would he have a family crest unless, we don't, unless Blaine has got some, who knows? Aye, the Campbells have ye caressage, mate. Right. Amazing. Do you think Doc's Report's family has a crest, a family crest? And if so, what would be on Doc's family crest? What kind of imagery? Think about that. Yeah. I think in the upper left, you'd have a basket of golf balls. And on the upper right, you'd have a Walmart cup of coffee. And on the bottom left, you'd have a plastic sailfish. And on the bottom right, you'd have I don't know. A lock, because everything is locked up in his house, like the lock on the whiskey cabinet. Yeah, so you'd have the sailfish, the plastic sailfish, a key lock, a padlock, a basket of golf balls, and whatever else I said, right? Puck, they're literally a fortress in Scotland, and our heraldry has a wolf chained to a tree. We sentinels and guards of land documents. Right. Yeah, I don't remember who. Yeah, Puck told me this, that the national animal of Scotland is the unicorn. I didn't know what he was talking about, but if you look up Scotland unicorn, it's 1,000-year history of using a unicorn on their all their emblems and flags and stuff, official seals. Unbelievable. Three and a half hours of Morty talking to himself. Wow. Well, TGV, he's the aristocrat. That's correct. He has royal lineage, right. All the way from his English and Italian aristocratic lineage. Unbelievable. Wow. "24 people watching. I wonder who's in the background lurking." Hey, you know who it is. You know who's background. You know who's back there. We all know. Puck. Unicorn. Right, okay. So is the Holiday Man doing a show tonight? Let's take a look on his channel. Oh shit, Watch Reporter is on right now talking to one of his regular guys there. He calls him Duke Omar. Well, I'll have to look at the replay of that. The Holiday Man, let's see if he has a show scheduled. Let's take a look. Nothing posted, no thumbnail post for a show tonight so far. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Yeah, as much as I have issues with, that guy, Watch Nicholas, he really got, I really take exception with Watch Reporter for not paying him that measly $450. I mean, the guy just made 24 yacht masters in the stock market, according to his claims a couple days ago, of how many high six figures he just, came into 24 Yachtmaster equivalent profit, but Watch Reporter stiffed him on the 450 payment for the 3 crappy shows that he did on his channel. I mean, that's really low. You know. Bear Clooney, $10 super chat. Thanks for relaxing, informative, and pleasant evening stream. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you very much, Bear Clooney. Yeah. Maybe you'll stop by another time. Who knows? We're always open for Drekovac talk. Okay. Maru ni ken hanabishi. 2 swords and a water chestnut flower encircled in a rhombus. Obviously or not, it's from my wife's side of the family. I was adopted into the family so I can wear it. Water chestnut flower. Okay, there you go. Do you have the kind of Japanese wife, Blaine, that can get you a Rolex Le Monde $250,000 watch? Who knows? Okay, so it's 2 swords and a water chestnut flower encircled in a rhombus. Where are the swords? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, whatever. Wow, very interesting. Puck. Was funny that Jevem lady was trying to get on a panel of people bitching about me yet again to wind up shit. They thought she was me and kicked her. Yeah, I don't know anything about the Jevem story, so. They're so paranoid over me, they're booting themselves. Right. Yeah, Blaine lives in Fukuoka, Japan. Exactly. Right. Who the hell would want a fucking $200,000 Rolex piece of shit? You know what you can do with $200,000? Me, not that I've ever had $200,000. Well, I don't know. Not that I have $200,000. But instead of putting in a wristwatch, I mean, Jesus. All right. I just got an email alert of something that could be potentially of interest to everybody, so I'm going to see if I can find it live here on the show. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, I'm going to have to download that. It looks very good. All right, let's see if I can get it on the show. Yeah, he said here in this comment, Bear Clooney's comment, he goes, relaxing, pleasant stream. I heard Jock, the Scotsman, a couple days ago talking about my channel just for a second. And he mentioned sometimes he'll take a look at the show and it's relaxing and peaceful and it's kind of like a Zen, almost like a Zen experience. I thought, well, yeah, correct. This is very nice. Hello, Aaron. I'd love to visit the Sakura Festival from Australia one year, but I can't put up with fucking Chinese tourists. I'll get arrested shouting at it. Why would you? No. Okay. Let me see if I can find that. This new item that was just okay. I'm going to try and upload this live. See if it works. This is going to be difficult for me to do. Well, not really, but probably will be. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's working. This is a premiere. In fact, it's going to be such a premiere, I have not previewed it first. Might take another minute and then we'll have it. Okay, we got it. Let's turn off that music and Breitling, there's a real fine line and gray area with even the suggestion of investment advice online and the illegal ramifications. Barking out profits and suggesting investments online is not a good idea. Boy, I could say something about that, but not at this time. My wealthy friend told me that unwritten rule for luxury items is that the total value should not exceed 4% of someone's net worth. That was certainly rude awakening for me, and I agree with Jock. Well, now, let me calculate this out here. Luxury items should not exceed 4% of someone's. Okay, my net worth is $100. And my Victorinox watch, I paid $279. Holy shit. I'm in financial deep shit. Okay, let's... Amazing Air Show, good evening. Well, certainly some influencers, definitely. All right, let's premiere a brand new video here on the channel. Cancel that music. I have not seen this, so we're just going to jump into it. Let's do it.
Sometimes a community is filled with exactly what it seems. It's just a pile of nuts. Morty's Diner. Great conversation without the pile of nuts. Sometimes a community is filled with exactly what it seems. It's just a pile of nuts. Morty's Diner. Great conversation without the pile of nuts.
Yeah, we love squirrels on this channel. We don't cage and relocate squirrels here. Yeah. Let's see. Buy gold, right? What is squirrel? What's the squirrel's accent? I think that was a Scottish accent, but I think it was a generic Scottish accent, but don't know. Didn't sound like anybody exactly. Right. Okay. Let's get. Remember, where are we here? This is too complicated. We are squirrel friendly. We're all animal friendly. Yeah. Unlike certain other channels. All right. Let's. go. I wonder if Bear Clooney's hotel, if they play music in the elevators, or in the main lobby when you walk in, if there's music on the speakers. Well, some people out there, they cage squirrels in their backyard, and then they put them in the car and drive them 5 miles down the road to let them loose, to get rid of them. And as well as, bashing gophers over the, cracking a gopher skull with a garden hoe kind of thing, And, letting a fox starve to death, not, putting out a bowl of food for him, or just throw him a couple eggs. Because, that particular guy reported that that fox was found, it was found, they killed it. It was euthanized. And he could have saved that fox. But, how can anybody not like a cute, adorable, beautiful little fox in their backyard? I mean, well, you know what he said. That's nature. That's nature. So my comment on that was, well, say a young couple has a baby in their backyard, which is very common, and the mom and dad are inside in the kitchen looking out at the baby in the backyard in a little baby swing or, baby carriage or whatever. And a hawk or an eagle swoops down and grabs the 3-week-old infant and flies away with the little 3-week-old baby. And you don't try and stop the eagle from taking your baby and eating it. One could say, well, that's nature. That is the hawk and eagle. That's what they do. They scoop up little animals and eat them. So, I mean, there are times when it's proper to step up. You know what I mean? And it's human nature to want to help starving animals. You know what I mean? It's human nature to save that baby. Whatever. No one listens to me. What difference does it make? We had a really great conversation 1 or 2 or 3 days ago. It was pure Aussie talk for like a half hour straight. It was Puck and T-Dubs. I mean, pure, unadulterated Aussie talk. And they were talking about dingoes, wombats, and all kinds of Aussie type stuff. It was really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got to intercede and save the baby. You just can't say, well, that's nature. An eagle will fly out of the sky if he sees a little animal and scoop it up and eat it. So you have to step up and intercede. And when you see a starving animal in your backyard like a beautiful fox, I mean, Jesus, throw them a couple eggs, go to the Petco store or go to a supermarket and buy a metal bowl, dog food bowl, and a bag of dog food. Cheap. Get the cheapest dry dog food. And to put out a bowl of water and a bowl of dry dog food. Foxes are related to dogs. They'll eat the dog food. And, help the animal. Amazing. Puck. African bird of prey nests are filled with skulls from small primates snatched from mothers' back. Yeah, right. That's nature. Well, that's nature, Faith. I have a theory about why everyone fears dragons and what it represents as a construct chimera. All right, yeah. One of my favorite fish, by the way, Puck, is the chimera. It's a deep ocean fish. I watch a lot of videos about deep ocean marine life. Fascinating stuff. And I really like the chimera. It's also called the ghost shark. It's absolutely amazing. All right, anyway. Hurridan. Wow. Bear Clooney. Wombats are so cute. Yeah, but you should have heard Puck and T-Dubs talking about wombats. They made it sound like some fierce fucking vile animal. Unbelievable. I was shocked. One of the cutest animals by far. Bring one on the screen, please. It will put smiles on our faces. Yeah, what Puck basically said was a wombat is essentially a koala. A koala lives up in the trees, and a wombat is, down walking around on the ground. And but he said they both stink and they're both mean and nasty and fuck them. I'm not joking. That's what he said, basically. Yeah, let's find a good wombat picture. Ah, this is a nice picture. Okay. Let's see. What do I need to show this here? Let's see here. I gotta check. Right. Okay. So let's see if I can do this without fucking it up. Now, Puck and T-Dubs would say this is a fucking miserable piece of shit animal, but I gotta do this carefully here. So hang on. Hang on. Yeah, this is well, I'll get the copyright info up right away, right after the show. All right, let's bring up a wombat. If it works. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Here's a wombat. Now, Puck and T-Dub said these things are stinky little miserable creatures, Oh, not as a non-Australian. I think it's really, really cute. But he's, yeah, but, the scientific name is Wombatus ursinus, tasmaniensis. This picture's from Maria Island in Tasmania. Wow, it's about 1 meter in length. And look at that. Wow. Amazing. I'm going to imagine, I guess these are protected animals in Australia, but who knows? Has Puckelf ever heard of a yowie? That's a good question. Yowie? Puck, have you watched Mandalorian and Grogu, just released? I'm going to see it next weekend. A movie about Grogu. You know what would be a good movie is Drekovac. If the first one was a box office hit, they could have Drekovac 2, the sequel, Drekovac 3, The Terror, Drekovac 4, just continue the series. Puck says a wombat is a grumpy bulldozer. Wow. Are wombats and koalas as odorous as the Tasmanian devil? Yeah, Puck said they stink from eucalyptus shit. Puck. That's a nth hairy-nosed wombat. Well, this is called the common wombat from Tasmania, Maria Island National Park. An adult, 1 meter in length. Make a nice coat. How dare you say that? Is it related to a bear? Well, we have to get into wombat taxonomy and this kind of thing. I don't know if it's bear related. Have to research that. I suppose the fluffy fur should have been given away in a... It's a species. Yeah, it's really cute. Puck, I saw a kangaroo in the high snowy mountains that look like fucking yaks. Its eyes looked empty and dormant. Well, you didn't give him any food. L from Australia. It's devastating to see run-over wombats on the side of the road. You don't realize how big they are. Wow. You know what would be a cool animal? Would be a wombat with antlers. You know, like a Canadian wombat. If the scientists can engineer a new species, you have a Canadian wombat. It's the same animal, but it's got antlers. You know? That'd be pretty cool. Wombat hat. Ah, okay. North, I get north. Okay, got it. So let me go back to your... That's a north hairy-nosed wombat. Okay. Yeah, Puck doesn't really like koalas, and they're not his favorite Aussie animals, wombats and koalas. I saw a combat tank, a front-on hit in a Ford. Broke the whole front suspension and the wombat got off. No fucks given, just wandered off. Let me go back here. I saw a wombat tank a front-on hit in a Ford. Broke the whole front suspension and the wombat got off. No fucks given. Wow. Yeah, wombatolope, right. Yeah. Gampers, how was your dinner, Gampers? Beef stew A1? Puck is often fighting for the same resources with wombats and other critters wandering the road. Ah, it's a good observation, yes. Amazing. Oh, here it is. Okay. Got it. All right, good. Oh, we had some wombat talk. That was good. We have Lamingtons in Australia. Best mini cake. Yeah, I looked that up once. Oh, I don't remember what that. Let me look it up. Lamington. Is that like poutine or something? An Australian cake made from squares of butter cake or sponge cake, coated in an outer layer of chocolate sauce and rolled in desiccated coconut. That sounds good. The thin mixture is absorbed into the outside of the sponge cake and left to set, giving the cake a distinctive texture. A common variation has a layer of cream or strawberry jam between two Lamington halves. Sounds very good. Named after Lord Lamington, who served as governor of Queensland from 1896 to 1901. All right, here we go. That is correct. Ursinus is bear related, yeah, but that's a whole separate thing for me to see if Gampers are bear related. No, if wombats are bear related, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Tuck shop ladies were the best Lamington makers. All right, here we got a problem with the language here. What does that mean in Australian? A tuck shop. What is a tuck shop? Tuck shop ladies. That's Aussie talk. Wombats are marsupials, so they're not a bear relative. There was a prehistoric wombat that was 790 pounds. Wow. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. Wombats leave distinctive cube-shaped feces. So their turds are cube-shaped. Unlike certain YouTubers. Poops. Okay, I got the wombats covered here. A tuck stop is short for tucker shop, which is like a canteen or kiosk you get lunch at around work or schools. Okay, very good. A school canteen. All right, so let's go back. Tuck shop ladies were the best Lamington makers. It's like a canteen or kiosk for lunch around school. Ah, got it. Okay. Her sign means yes. Bear-like. Correct. Oh, look who's here. Oh. It's Marcello time. It's Marcello time. Le Mans. I got Le Mans. Le Mans. Le Mans. Fuck you. Go masturbate. Okay, we got that covered. We have a guest backstage. My mom was a tuck shop lady before she went nuts. Wow. We've got a Schaller and Weber hot dogs. Wow, classy. Yeah, fucking A, man. I mean, you ever hear Marcello laugh and giggle? It's unbelievable. All right, let's bring on a guest. Let me lower the music. And hello, Puck.
Hey, what's cracking, dude?
How's it going?
Yeah, good. Lip sealing up well.
Ah, right. From the fight.
Someone was saying they thought I had a lisp or something. It's because I just don't put my teeth in. They're over there. And,
Right.
yeah, I had a split lip the other day. Some fuckwit punched me through the door of my van when I was sitting down.
Right.
Yeah. Like I say, his new girlfriend or whatever, she's on the meth and shit, and she's dragging him back into it. So I think he's just fucking unstable. He's not a bad guy. He's just a bit of a fuckwit.
Yeah. Wikipedia did list 3 varieties of wombats. This is not the northern hairy wombat. This is a common wombat from Tasmania, it's called.
Yeah, but even the common wombat will have variations. Like, it'll be similar to the common southern wombat that we have on the mainland of Australia. But even in different regions, like an alpine region, I've gone up and seen like a common eastern grey kangaroo. It's not like a big fancy different species or whatever, but the one up in the Snowy Mountains literally looks like a fucking Star Wars yak with all this extra fucking fur and shit on it. Like
Really?
yeah, one of them tauntauns from fucking.
Yeah, I know.
You know the Star Wars movie where like Han Solo cuts the fucking big kangaroo thing open and shoves Luke in it to keep him warm in the snow? It looks like one of
I
them.
didn't see that, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, anyway, it looks like a fucking tauntaun.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or
as we call them, because we also eat kangaroos here, we call them wonton.
wontons and tauntauns. You know what they called Tauntaun Makut? You know what that was? Who they were?
Are they Malaysian paramilitary?
That was Haitian bad people back in Haiti. Yeah. Anyway, okay.
The Haitians. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if that was the Malaysian fucking.
No, it was the Haitian bad shit. With that's
I was talking
who was
to
the
Malaysian.
leader, whose name was Papa Doc Chevalier. Yeah. Can you pick up?
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
It rings a bell, but I don't want to remember it that well.
Yeah, it's brutal.
It rings
shit.
a bell.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk yet.
If you're walking around and you stumble upon this wombat, just hanging out, is this the kind of animal you can pick up like a house cat and snuggle with, or will he piss all over you or gouge your eye out or something? Or
It depends. Wombats, are generally like just don't give a fuck. Just don't fucking poke them with a stick and they won't attack you.
right?
But if it knows you, you can pick it up and cuddle it all day. It doesn't give a shit. It's not going to try and eat you. It doesn't eat meat. But
Right.
if you're a random stranger sneaking up on it to get a selfie and you spook it, it might turn around and just bowl you over because they're blind and stupid and they don't know what direction they're fucking going with. And if you're on the fucking ground with it, it's got these big incisors and it's going to fucking bite you to tell you to fuck off.
Wow. Now, how far would there be wombats in the wild from your community? How many miles, or would you guess?
Right on top of me.
Right on top of you. Wow.
Yep. We got this spot. If I go to the village I grew up in down south from me now, and they've got this fishing spot at the town reservoir. It's a big freshwater river, and it's like a pumping station. And they've got this giant piston, and you can hear it when it sucks the water and refills the town reservoir. And when the piston clicks on, it's great bass fishing. But if you go across the river, turn around and look back up this like sheer fucking cliff face, there's this giant fucking hole about the size of like a fucking wheelie bin. And this big fucking wombat has excavated this fucking terrace out the front on the middle of this cliff face. It comes in from the other side of the road because the highway goes along there, goes underground and pops out and looks at cunts at the pumping station. And his name's Old Wombo or fucking Dennis. He's got a couple of names. And it's just fucking huge, dude.
Dennis. Right.
It's fucked. It's so big, man. Like, my God, it'll take out a semi-trailer. No fucking worries, this thing.
Wow.
It's fucked. It's like literally like excavated. a sheer cliff face into this porch terrace. And it just sits out there in the sun looking at you. And it's like, you can't climb up here. No one can climb down here. It's literally just got this big fucking hole that comes out into just nothing. And it's carved itself a fucking porch in this cliff face. This fucking wombat. It's fucking hilarious, dude. I'll try and get a photo with it, cunt.
If you saw a wombat hanging around, close to where you live, and he looked really hungry, like he hadn't had any food, would you give him some food? Put out some strawberries or something.
No, I'll just squirt him down with a hose and say, wait a couple of days, there's some grass for you, mate.
There you go. Wow.
You look a bit hot there. You need a drink. That's all it needs is a drink. It doesn't need food. It's a wombat. It'll dig up roots and shit, dude.
I see.
Yeah, they're fucking bulldozers, man. Even when everything looks dead on the topsoil, a wombat can just go under a tree and start eating its fucking roots. It doesn't give a shit.
Wow.
What else I got another funny story about a wombat.
Let's hear it.
I'm trying to think of it. I got sidetracked with something else. Another fun. I think it might have been the pumping station story, and I just told it. But that was a funny kind of a wombat. He's fucking huge. He's like a small fucking cow. I swear, this thing's fucked up. It's probably like the size of a fucking donkey, or to be honest. It's just not as tall. Like if you cut a donkey's legs in half, that's what this cunt looks like.
I'm trying not to imagine that, but okay, yeah.
Imagine just a short ass donkey. Yeah.
Right. Donkeys are very cute. Baby donkeys are really adorable.
Yeah, I love donkeys. They're fucking hell. Did you know if a donkey doesn't like you in the first 5 minutes, it will fucking hate you forever?
Kind of like meeting some of these people on YouTube.
Yeah, you can't make friends with a donkey on your own terms. It decides whether it likes you, and it either thinks you're a cunt and it'll troll you forever, or it's your best friend. They're fucking hilarious. My friend's got a donkey named Ned, and it totally just rocks up. Yeah, we're in the middle of a conversation, and the dogs are hanging around or whatever, and here comes Ned. It just wanders over, turns around and farts on the dogs and runs off laughing its fucking ass off. And the dogs fucking go skits and try to chase it and they can't catch him. And he's literally laughing his ass off and he knows he's trolling them. It's fucking so funny. He's a cunt.
Wow.
He literally knows it's funny. He'll go over and fart on the dog and then run away from it and laugh its ass off.
Life in Australia. All right.
Fucking Ned. Yeah. But like I say, if he decides he doesn't like you, he's just a complete cunt. But if he likes you, he's fucking hilarious. He actually tells jokes and shit. You just gotta have a bit of mind speak with him and know what he's on about.
So, do you use bay leaf in any of your cooking?
With lamb, yeah, I love poking it with peppercorns, garlic cloves, and bay leaves. Then you stab the lamb joint with your knife. Then you poke a bit of bay leaf, a bit of garlic clove, and a peppercorn in each little hole. And you just go around the lamb before you roast it. And you just have little spots of garlic, bay, pepper. That's really good. Pickles work really well in it too. Lamb likes pickles too because it's so fatty. It likes the acidity. Yeah, but that's what vinegar and mint's for.
Got it.
Yeah, but my friend got me onto bay leaves. First time I tried one, he put it in his homemade bolognese. Because I'm always enjoying cooking with people, and I pass the shit in the kitchen. And I'm like, you put bay leaves in bolognese? And he's like, oh yeah, you pick it out at the end and shit. I'm like, I've never bothered with any of that shit. And I tasted it. I'm like, that's actually really nice. And now one of my girlfriends dries bay leaves off her tree. And I got a big bag full of homemade dried bay leaves and stuff.
Wow.
I saw your dog food with a bay leaf on it. I was about to say that's mint. It needs some garnish and a sprig of parsley on it, mate. Then you can serve that up on fucking Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or something.
Wombats, I'm going to guess, are protected animals. You just can't go out there and club them over the head and break their skulls.
All Australian native species are protected. $50,000
Right.
fine on the spot for fucking with any native.
Right.
Even birds. But birds are a bit of a tricky category because we have migratory ones that will leave for most of the year, but they'll come back to Australia from Asia to nest during our summer. It starts getting into their winters. So they'll migrate from Asia to Australia, and we're like a big nesting ground. Because birds don't nest in Asia. Birds don't exist in China, by the way.
What do you mean birds don't exist in China?
Well, if you go to one side of the Yangtze River and you go to that country on that side, there's birds hanging around. Then as soon as you cross the Yangtze into mainland China, the birds know. There are no birds in China. They fucking ate them all, dude.
Okay, but at one point, going back 100 years or 10 years or 1,000 years, there were birds.
Oh, yeah, there should be Asian birds and stuff. It's just that in modern China, after their post-industrial revolution and they starved their people so much.
You mean all the birds in the backyard, sparrows and blue jays?
Yeah, everything, dude. Like,
They've all been eaten?
Still in Australia, we'll get Asian migrants and they end up with their like Chinese nana over here from the old generation. And they'll sit there feeding the ducks in the park. And the mama duck comes up with all its babies totally chilled out. And she'll whip out a plastic bag and scoop all the babies into the plastic bag and run away. And she's going to eat these tiny ducks with no meat on them. We've filmed this in Australia, migrants doing this. They'll go to parks where normal people feed birds, and the Chinese will snatch up tiny baby birds in bags and run off with them and shit. It's like what they were saying about the migrants in America. They're eating the cats.
I can tell you one thing. This kind of shit would never go down in Serbia. No fucking way.
That's what I mean. They did the same thing in America. They're eating the cats in the dogs. Right?
Oh, that's true. That was in Ohio, I think, when Donald Trump's... And it was true. They were eating the cats in Ohio. The new, well, you know.
Anyway, we don't have to talk about people that destroy wildlife. Let's talk about Australians preserving wildlife.
Are you telling me if I went to China, I wouldn't see any birds flying around? That's
not a single fucking one, dude.
You know how many billions of birds there must be in China?
None. If you see a picture of wonderful rural China, everything on the Chinese internet's curated by the CCP. And that flock of sparrows in the video is AI and fake. I'm not fucking joking.
So you're telling me if I go to China, there's no birds? Unbelievable.
I'm fucking telling you, dude. There are no fucking birds in China.
You know how large a country China is? To say there's no birds there is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The birds fucking know, dude. There's birds in Russia. There's birds in fucking every outside lying fucking Asian country. But as soon as you get to that Yangtze River, the fucking birds won't cross it. Ducks will not swim to the other fucking side, dude. I'm not kidding.
All right, well, listen, I don't know. Maybe you're right, yeah.
Anyway, in Australia, the question was, is marsupials protected?
Right.
Everything that has a pouch is protected. And then we got on the birds. Basically, if you kick a quokka, which is this little cute fucking Joey kangaroo looking rat thing that hops around. Some fuckwit on social media kicked the quokka off a pier and punted it into the water. My God, dude, he's looking at fucking a lifetime in prison and a lot of fucking money.
That guy is headed into a lifetime of being quacked in prison. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'd be happy if he got deported and sent back home rather than locking him up for his entire fucking life.
There was some story 2, 3, 4 years ago. Some fucked up American woman was in Australia and she was fucking around with a protected species animal.
Yeah, she went
a
up
koala
to
or something. She was
she went up to a mother wombat and snatched its joey that was eaten by her side and ran over to the camera across the fucking highway showing her thing. And this wombat's fucking peeking out, trying to get across this fucking road to get its kid back and shit.
Yeah.
And this chick thinks it's fucking great for Instagram.
Well, that person
That's
should have
like
been jailed on the spot. Yeah.
I think both of them got fucking deported, but we did get 50 grand worth of dosh out of them too. We did find the fuck out of their social media. They made no money.
Find the fuck out of that woman and put her in jail for a year.
I think we just sent her fucking home. We don't want to pay for her prison sentence. We'd rather find the fuck out of her and send her home, I think.
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. If you were an Australian born person, they couldn't send you home. Yeah. And you can't afford the 50 grand, then you're not an influencer, then you're going to fucking prison for a long time if you kick a quokka. That's my joke. I think pug dogs are genetic abominations because they can't even breathe. And that's why I say don't kick a quokka, but punt a pug. Because I don't like pug dogs. I don't
like pugs either, but I can't say go ahead and kick it. I mean, that's not right. You can't do that.
No, I just think people shouldn't breed them. I don't think.
I agree with you. All those they're called brachycephalic dogs and English bulldog and pugs and. Just
I think it's a level of cruelty that people.
I believe that.
I don't like
awful.
it.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I'd rather punt a pug and put it out of its misery than.
Yeah, there are some cat breeds where demented cat breeders do that same thing with the squashed-in face and.
Yeah, and they got like their hairless cats, those fucking Siamese Egyptian hairless things that look.
I mean, I think these breeders who raise these who breed these deformed animals. There should be a commission set up where people who do that they should be. Given a pug nose and a squashed-in face, see how they like it.
We'll put him in the alien breeding program, mate.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, put them in the breeding program. Get your butt probed.
Okay, Bear Clooney says China has a vast and incredibly diverse bird population, ranking among the top 10 countries in the world for bird species. Literally top 10 in the world.
Now, literally, you've been looking at the CCP fucking website, haven't you, to get that information? Go watch a video on rural China. You won't see a single fucking bird, I guarantee it.
All right, if I can get a $20,000 wire transfer right now, I'll go to China and start looking for birds to check this out. All right.
Yeah, one of the most gorgeous duck species in the entire world is native to China, and it's now extinct on the Chinese mainland. It's only if you go over the Yangtze River to other neighboring countries, you'll see this duck still existing, and it won't even swim across the fucking river. I'm telling you, man.
Because people on one side of the river will grab it and eat it on the spot, and the other people...
Yep, it's like the soft-shelled turtle. It's a delicacy in China. And there's this one big lake between the Slavs and the Chinese. And the turtle population's going great on the Slavic side because they're not fucking retards. This is a protected species.
Did you hear that, Bear? All right, yeah.
But if you tell China something's a protected species, that means it's rare and they'll get more money for it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. On the Russian side, they don't do that. And they're just as fucking poor. They're just not fucked.
Jesus. AC3 gobbled up the last genuine Peking duck. Well, you might have something there, campers. Yeah.
Now, my 4 favorite alien species. Ooh. Are we talking about like actual
Well, it turns out there's 4 that have been identified: reptilians, the Nordics, Greys, and the villagers.
Oh, David Icke doesn't like the fucking reptilians, mate. No, David Icke knows what's going.
Yeah, the villagers are a unique species. They just never leave their hut, and they collect golf balls in the morning. That's all they do.
That sounds like my species.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to go foraging and shit. Just bring me stuff to fix, and I'll trade it back to you.
Yeah, there's never been water balloon talk on this channel. I don't know what Marcelo was talking about, but nobody ever does anyway, so it's okay.
No, I actually got to get some balloons, but not for water. We're going to blow them up to the size of our heads and paper mache them. And then when they dry, you pop the balloon and we can cut out our cool Star Wars helmets out of them and stuff.
Mhm.
and then we're going to paint them and put the lenses in and all that kind of thing. Me and my art teacher did it when, like, I was a little kid in, like, little school. We made, like, awesome helmets using, like, a balloon just as a base.
Are there birds in Mongolia, inner or outer
Oh,
Mongolia?
absolutely. Yeah. Mongolians.
So the birds in inner Mongolia, they have an automatic built-in sense not to cross the border into mainland China,
Yes.
or they'll be eaten by the first person that sees them.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yep. They got, like, one of them magnetic genetic things. And after the last 150 to 200 years of everything being instantly demolished when it...
So they have the birds in Mongolia have
China.
like a built-in shock collar. As soon as they get to the Chinese border, they stop and go back.
Yeah. I'd say it's, what would you call it? What do the woke people call it? Intergenerational trauma of
Oh, right.
birds.
Right.
They're born with an intergenerational traumatic memory of the Chinese Industrial Revolution, and they don't go near them.
Jesus. Puck, list the number and type of weapons you keep under and around your bed. Well, I can answer that. He's got the magic stick. He's got the machine gun 40-round belt thing.
Well, I got a bet on it now.
He's got the lightsabers, knives.
Here's my new one. I'll turn on my camera. This is my new thing I'm fucking around with because I want to get my dexterity back. So here's my rope.
Rope. Wait. Rope can be a weapon.
Right. Yeah, every meter has a knot, so I can feel exactly where. Oh no, it's not every meter; it's every arm span. I have a knot.
And how
so
is that? How do you use that as a weapon?
And then I have another arm span, but then it has a series of knots and loops and shit, so I can't let go of it. And on the other end of it is the head of my media hammer.
Ah, look at that.
Yeah, and it's just a big stack of washers on a toe ball pin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that moves around and shit. And I might like grind some like fucking spikes and shit into the
So
side
you could
of it.
swing that thing around like an Argentinian gaucho and knock somebody out.
Yeah, it's like media hammer, like what is it? Fucking baby girl in Kill Bill. What's her name?
Oh yeah, right.
I'll think of it later. Yeah, can't remember her name.
Yeah, right.
Baby girl's from a different one. That's like Hana Mononuki or someone from Kill Bill, that chick.
I know who you mean,
Yeah. I like media hammer and nunchucks and a 3-section pole and all that kind of stuff that's scary to hit yourself in the head with. And that's why I need to make this paper mache helmet. But I'm going to line it with like with memory foam stuff. And so it's actually padded. So we can actually hit each other in the head with our lightsabers. And it'll be pretty fun.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the next fun thing we're doing with the kids is we're making paper mache helmets, but we're lining them with proper padding, and so we can whack each other in the head with the lightsabers accidentally, of course, accidentally. But yeah, that's my new media hammer. What do you reckon? That's 3 meters.
Looks like it'll definitely be effective. You could also use that rope weapon to knock out birds in the sky flying over your place.
Yeah, did you know when you shoot birds out of trees with your bow, you don't use sharp arrows because if you miss, it goes twang up into the branch of the tree and it never comes down.
Right.
And so if you put like a blunt draw knob of a blunt piece of wood on the end of your arrow, if you miss the bird, it just bounces around the tree and falls back to the ground. And birds aren't made of very solid bone. If you hit it with a blunt knob in a tree, it's fucked. It's hitting the deck. And that's actually like a bird hunting arrow. It's like a blunt arrow is an actual hunting arrow.
Okay, JT says, Google Chimelong Birds Park. Apparently all the birds in China are confined to one park.
Yes, there you go.
Well, no, wait. How big is this park? 1 million square miles?
This will be some kind of rescue park too. And they're only looking after the rarest, most fucked birds they've found in markets. As soon as something's endangered in China, the locals will scramble to catch the last one and sell it for the most money. And that's what happens if something's endangered in China.
More than 300 rare species and more than 10,000 birds. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not joking. Jay's tracking it down. He's getting the data, mate. He's saying, "Oh yeah, I found birds in China. They're in a wildlife reserve, for fuck's sake." That's the Chinese birds
With armed security patrol to keep out the Chinese women who are going to eat them.
Oh, there's a word for Chinese mother-in-law, and it means like evil, nasty fucking bitch.
Right.
What do they call the fucking Zhao Ting? I can't think of the word for fucking Chinese grandmother, but they're literally the scum of society because they grew up in that post-industrial fucking bullshit thing where they literally did actually fucking just step on each other, fucking up society, because that's what you had to do around communists. You couldn't just be normal by yourself. You had to actively fuck up everyone around you. And these older Chinese generation, the younger Chinese fucking hate these motherfuckers, dude. They've got a word for them. It's like evil Chinese grandmother.
Right.
And that's what modern Chinese people call them. And so it's not my fucking wording. Their literal cultural term for an old lady means nasty bitch.
Okay, well, yeah. Question, Puck, what did you have for breakfast today?
Can of fruit.
Can of fruit, there you go.
Yep, 250 gram can of mixed tropical fruits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I grew up with fruit trees and shit, and I used to have to eat fresh fruit all fucking day, all fucking summer, and I'm sick of it. And
Fuck
so
it.
now I actually like canned.
Fuck that fresh fruit. Get the canned stuff. Yeah.
I like the canned fruit now.
Me too. Yeah.
It just tastes different. It's like sometimes fresh tomatoes are great for making a meal, and sometimes the canned versions are better for making like a bolognese sauce. The canned tomatoes are better than the canning process adds the flavor.
That's correct.
I'm just gonna go get another booze. I'll be back in a sec.
All right. Fruit with a side of wombat. I've got to wrap this up. I'm really hungry now. Oh, hey, David. How you doing? Long time. No, I've been here 4.5 hours. Holy shit. We had a very interesting show at WV, David. We talked about wombats and I don't remember. Really strange stuff. Yeah. Fuck.
Back. Oh, there is one wild fruit I refuse to walk past. I'll walk up to, if I see them, I'll walk up to the closest house and ask for a bucket. Then when I'm done, I'll take it back and give it to them.
What is it?
Blackberries.
Oh, blackberries, yeah.
Yeah, if I see blackberries and I can check and make sure they haven't been sprayed by the council or weeds or anything, I'm like, fuck yeah. I'll go to the closest house and say, there's blackberries there, give me a bucket. I'll be back in an hour. And I think it's a Scottish thing. I don't know. It might be a genetic thing that's built into my brain.
Yeah. Is there a similar term to that Chinese term for grandmothers in China? Is there a similar term for nasty, vile, vicious Australian grandmothers?
No, not really. We just call them Nana.
Nana, yeah.
And if you're of Italian descent, which my area is mostly would be Scottish, Irish, and Italian. And so if you're not a Nana, you're a Nona. And that's the only difference. It's like one syllable.
Nana and Nona.
Yeah, it's like Nana, Nana,
Right.
is like the British Scottish one, and then Noan or something like Noana or something,
Mm-hmm.
is the Italian one. But I'm not Italian, I don't know.
Right.
But I know they call them Nonna, and I say Nana. But I can call that they'll rock up and say, "Oh, how you doing, Nonna?" But I'll say, "Oh, g'day, Nan," and I'll just call them Nana, and they don't care. It's
Right.
the same fucking thing.
Right. Right.
I can call the Nonas Nana, and they can call the Nanas Nonnas, and it's just different terminal. But we don't really have a word to call people a fuckwit. We just call you a fuckwit.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's not a cultural thing that we expect old people to be unkind in my area.
Right.
No. Yeah. I still come from like a area where if an old lady's in the shop buying a light bulb and you don't offer to come over and help her put in the light bulb, you dickhead.
Right. Jimmy says, I can confirm Puck's granny nomenclature is correct.
Mhm.
Well, there it is.
I love the etymology of words too. That's another.
Yes.
I love anthropology, like how humans relate to each other. But
Right.
also, why do we have the sayings that we still say today? And we've been saying them for hundreds of years.
Mm-hmm.
And the meanings evolve and change over time. And people like just keep saying them and they don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know where the old saying?
You mean
house-
like the expression "send money now"? The derivation or origination of "send money now," where that came from?
that would be I think the etymology of the send money now would come from the Twitch ethos. Eho, pay me now, small peen boy.
Wouldn't it be etymology, not entomology?
Etymology with a
That would
P.
be insects, wouldn't it? Etymology is the words,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, there's etymology and
E-T-Y. Entomology would be just
ENT
insects and
would be
shit.
ENT would be insects, right? That's
Right.
entomology.
And
Etymology would be the words with a P, right?
I'm looking it up. Is there an entomology? I think there must be. Hold on. It's not showing up.
It might be my accent, or just the way I've heard the word. And
Well, maybe
remembered it.
maybe there is. Apparently, there's no entomology, but I thought.
I know there's entomology, which is like the study of the relationship and origin of words.
Entomology. Yeah, it's an O, not a Y. That's it. That's insect.
Okay, yeah. So it's just my accent, and I just
Got it.
hear the other. I don't know the spelling correctly, and I just hear the other
got it.
way people say it. Yeah. Anyway, you know what they're saying? You know how something's unexpected and it comes out of the blue?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's an archery saying that goes back 400 years. If you were men at arms on the battlefield and the enemy archers start lobbing arrows at you, all of a sudden, where does it come from? Out of the blue.
Right.
And if you were struck by something out of the blue, oh, it just hit me out of the blue.
Right.
I wasn't expecting that. That's an arrow falling on you, dude, or a projectile. Yeah,
Right,
see,
right.
etymology, the study of words. There
That's
we go.
that's what I double checked. Yeah.
Yeah,
Or,
okay, there you go.
or knew, but wanted to double.
Yeah, it's my pronunciation and head injuries and shit. I'm in the right ballpark. English is just a guideline, man.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I've got to tell you, I really need to have dinner, and I've been here for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Unbelievable.
I don't know. Well, leave me on, and I'll keep talking. I'm getting drunk. I'm
There
bored.
you go. Yeah.
It's raining like crazy. We're building ark.
He's
I've joked about that.
yeah. David's in West Virginia.
Yeah, I want to get like you know how you can use like bicarb soda and acid and a base, and it will produce carbon dioxide gas, and you
Okay.
can mix them together as a chemical reaction of solid substances to create a gas. And what if I like made some bladders under my caravan, like some blow up fucking kiddie boats, and I made like a bucket full of like bicarb soda with an outlet on it, and like another bucket next to it that would flood it with like an acid base, like just vinegar, and then it would like self-inflate, and then I'd have like an automatic inflatable caravan boat machine. This is just crazy shit I think about for the end of the
You
world.
can call it Wombat 1.
Yeah, that's right. The combat
I've got a
one.
watch question for anyone in the audience. What do you think of the TISO PRX Blue automatic? Anybody? Any comments? Any watch
I
people
don't like
comments?
the blue. I don't like the anodized modern faces. I like the classic look, but I'm sure it's a fantastic watch and it looks sapphire gorgeous if that's what you're into. I do like the sapphire faces. It's just not my style. That's what I think. Blackberry stock has been moving up, says Campers. Yeah, that's the one fruit I can't walk past. If I see it, I must collect all of it.
This little thing, little tin of edibles, cannabis edibles, THC thing that I bought called Drops. It's a blackberry flavor.
No,
I haven't taken it yet, but
they said I can get some edibles and stuff, and I said no, just give me this CBD oil, so I'm not fucking crazy, and just give me some buds. But I should have got the gummy bear things, because I can keep them in the bag. And next time I have a mental breakdown and the cops and the ambos want to fuck me up, I can say, bring my gummies. But normally I say,
well,
bring my...
these are like gummies, kind of. You just chew them and thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I
like
mean.
A chewy gummy thing. Yeah.
It's so hard to convince them to bring my buds or even my THC oil with me when I get fucked up. So, but if I had like a packet of gummy bears, I'm like, get my gummy bears. It's my medication. It's got my name printed on it. That's so much easier to get them to bring with me. So I might actually go for the gummies just so I've got like, when I'm not allowed to smoke weed because the government wants to fuck me up again, because I'm freaking the fuck out, at least I can take my gummy bears with me.
Right. Wow.
Anyway,
well, on that note,
you can go to bed and leave me on. I'll close it up when I'm done.
No, I'm gonna. I gotta, wrap up and have dinner and stuff.
We'll stay on. We'll keep donating money, mate. I'll keep spruiking your cash app.
That's unlikely.
Yeah, we'll talk about fucking wombats. Oh, have you heard about these evil things in the Australian outback called jump lions?
No, what's that?
Oh, the jump lions, mate. You heard about the black panthers that get around like Britain and Australia and all that kind of cryptid stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, we got this ancient marsupial in Australia called a Thylacoleo. That's a marsupial lion, and people swear it exists and it's out there. And if you think drop bears are bad, we got fucking jump lions, mate. They fucking jump. Hop lions, mate. It's like a lion crossed with a kangaroo, and it jumps at you.
Like the lion shark. No, yeah.
It's like a Sharknado. But it's like a lion with kangaroo feet, and it jumps at you.
Fuck. What if the weed or edibles turn you into a they, them, Antifa? Well, it wouldn't. I don't think that would happen. Yeah. But that would be bad.
Well, you got to smoke that weed from Cheech and Chong that turns you into a reptoid. That's where it's at. You got to smoke the lizard weed.
Do you have any opinion on guinea pigs? Last question for the show.
Yeah, they're delicious.
Really? Are you serious? Because in Ecuador, it's one of their favorite dishes. Is they just roast them on a spit and.
I'm aware. Why do you think I said it?
There you go.
Yeah, they're delicious. What do I think of a guinea pig? It's not a pet. It's fucking dinner.
Yeah. Well, nobody in America. Well, unless they're those people eating the cats in Ohio, nobody here eats guinea pigs. But in Ecuador, it's a big deal eating guinea pigs.
Yeah. They're fucking delicious, mate. They've got these big groundhog-sized fucking guinea pigs that they're bred for the meat. They're like the size of, you got like a regular wild rabbit, but then you got like those hares.
Yeah, right.
Motherfucking things, right? That's like the Ecuadorian guinea pig. It's like a little fucking cow.
Wow.
It's fucking huge.
Wow. Yeah, I agree. They're cute pets for a kid, but in Ecuador, they're food.
Yeah, but I eat fucking venomous snakes too. So what is food to you, what is food to me, doesn't matter. There were people all over the world. Yeah, there were people. I saw that video about this guy in China. He's cooking up a dinner of yak tripe, and everyone's loving it. So I mean, yeah, might as well eat a fucking rat. He says, "Did you know dormice is fucking delicious as well?"
Dormice. Wow.
Yeah, and you like butterfly them and put them on a stick, and you barbecue and fry the cunt out of them, and the bones are so fine and crunchy that you just eat the whole fucking thing, and they're actually like not bad.
Sounds like an ortolan. You know what an ortolan is?
Never heard of that one.
Ortolon. Let me see if I got this spelled right.
Ortolan.
It's a French haute cuisine thing, which is really bizarre. Ortolan. Yeah. It's a Eurasian bird, right? Very small bird, and in French cooking, but in some, really fancy, 5-star places, they'll take this bird and they cook it. I forgot how they cook it. It's roasted. Here it is. It's a very tiny little bird, smaller than a sparrow. Okay, and they roast it up, called an ortolan, and the waiter puts a towel over your head so you get all the fragrant aromas and everything, and you eat it in one bite. And it's described here as savory, juicy, tender, and crunchy.
Crunchy.
As the bite includes the bird's tiny bones and beak as part of the deal. Right.
Yeah.
Marie Antoinette loved this shit, apparently, or something. Yeah.
It's the same with eating a small lizard on a stick. You don't bother trying to... You take the guts out, and that's about it. And then you just leave the head on, jam a stick down its face, hold it over the fire till it's fucking crunchy, and eat it.
So like that little field mouse? What'd you say, dormouse?
Dormouse, yeah. It's it's a Japanese or Pacific Islander, Southeast Asian thing.
Gampers, I've done that, 2 different shows. Blaine, first they drown it with wine, then cook it. What did Bear say? Bear knows about this. It's a delicacy.
Yeah, it's like I'll eat fucking weird things in a survival situation or try it once and all that stuff, but I really think French cooking's pretty immoral with that kind of face-fed goose liver shit.
Pâté de foie gras. It's inhumane to the max. Yeah.
Yeah, even their horse veal is unborn calf. And I just don't think, and so in Australia, what we call lamb is actually 3-year-old. We don't eat yearlings. That's just fucking immoral, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean a dormouse is a fucking cow.
Well, listen, what do you expect from a country where the first lady is a guy?
Oh, that's right. What's his name? What's Macron's fucking husband's name?
Mr. Macron and Mr. Macron. I don't know what her name is. Emmanuel and something Macron. Yeah. It's like here with Barry and Big Mike.
Oh, Big Mike.
You don't eat the beak.
Yeah, I keep picturing Obama when you say Macron.
Oh yeah.
But I know
both those guys. They're as fruity as a box of Fruit Loops. Okay. What was it? You don't eat the beak. Okay. The article I read, it described the beak is included, but okay.
Blaine's trying to get me they're trying to get me on a technicality, saying I don't eat eggs because I don't like the idea of eating yearling mammals. And I think that's a bit of a false equivalency because eggs don't have to be fertilized. Female chickens will lay eggs without having a rooster, and they're unviable to begin with. So that's a completely false equivalent.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. French cuisine still superior. Mrs. Macron slapped the fucking shit out of them. Right. Hop lions versus jump lions. I don't know what that means. But...
Yeah, the jump lions or the hop lions are the same thing.
Oh, I see.
It's just one made up cryptid of Australia.
Big Mike's arms are bigger than Barry. Big Mike's arms are bigger than Lou Ferrigno's. Yeah.
Big Mike's arms are bigger than my whole fucking torso, mate.
Yeah, that's right. It's true. Yeah. All animals can be potential pets. I
think Ellie is onto something here, and with these Australian native animals that are extremely rare and getting wiped out by feral species like cats and rabbits and foxes and all this shit. If we made bilbies the national pet of Australia and said fuck cats, everyone would want a fucking bilby, and there'd be millions of them.
Wow.
Yeah,
Puck is a great conversationalist. He knows way more. He has a much vaster and wider depth of knowledge of different topics than most of these YouTube schmucks on those other channels. It's true. Right? Gampers in Ecuador. Shit, they're now roasting guinea pigs on the streets of Queens. Well, you're probably right, Gampers. Yeah.
They're eating the cats and the dogs.
Right. Right.
Oh, the primate woman. Yeah, well, don't keep a fucking primate high on fucking Xanax and drugs its entire life and then let it out of the cage when you're giving your girlfriend a birthday cake right in front of this fucking thing. Chimpanzees get really fucking nasty and revengeful, and they'll go for your face and your genitals and bite your fingers off first.
Yeah, I years ago, and I have photos of this, which I will never show unless I get $10,000 wire transfer. I worked with a famous orangutan, and a movie orangutan, and think about it, and you'll probably think of what I'm thinking of saying. But anyway, and I was with the two trainers who were with him all the time, and very, very gentle animal orangutans, but orangutans. But
did you know there's never actually been a death attributed to a gorilla? Even though they shot Harambe near that kid, there's never been a recorded death from a gorilla. But if you get a chimpanzee, it'll fucking destroy you every time.
That's right. That's right. So, but these guys, the trainers told me, because he was so gentle, this orangutan, and they said, well, yeah, his strength is otherworldly, and for fun, they like to give him a car tire, not the wheel, just the tire, you know. And he can rip,
the rubber.
and he can rip apart a car tire with his hands. Just
it's got steel radial mesh inside it and shit, dude. I used to have a boxing bag filled up with ground car tires, and it was fucked, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you hit it too hard the wrong way, it'd break your fucking hand.
Yeah.
And that was a shredded one, not a solid one. That's fucked up. But
don't Google the following phrase and read news stories about it. Roadkill Chinese restaurant. Yeah, we can imagine. Yeah.
I've heard stories of my dad when he was in South Africa, and he went to some kind of exhibit somewhere with a local primate, and they had baboons. And they were trying to close the cage on this baboon because it was fucking breaking out. And it took 5 fucking men and the old man running over there as a tourist to help him fucking push this cage closed. And this single baboon, like a skinny rat fuck, has got its hands on the fucking cage door holding it, and its feet gripped around the bottom of the cage, and it's not fucking bending, no matter how many people fucking push on this cunt. It's not fucking going back in. And it's like real fucking scary to hear about how strong these fucking things are.
Well, baboons are fucking fierce, scary animals. That what you're describing sounds like a job for Doc's report and his backyard garden hoe. He could have clunked that baboon over the head and
they've got a muzzle like a fucking wolf. If you look at a baboon skull,
it's terrifying.
It's like a fucking wolf. It's like if you look at like a leopard seal. There's a reason they call them leopard seals. It makes
leopard
a tiger
seals, right? They have a lizard dinosaur kind of face.
Their skull looks like a fucking predator saber-toothed cat, man. It makes a tiger look like a fucking pussy. If you look at a leopard seal skull, it's like, what the fuck is this?
Well, I haven't seen a leopard seal skull in quite a while, but I know what you mean, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I've never seen one in real life, and I wouldn't want to, see
only on YouTube, right?
Yeah, that's what I meant, just like anthropology books and stuff, and natural kingdom shit.
Puck, what do you think is bear versus a silverback gorilla?
I think if you made the gorilla angry enough, it would win because it's got hands. But gorillas aren't predators, and they don't have the killer instinct a bear has. And so if a bear got the drop on the gorilla would be dead before it even knew it.
Well, if you're talking about like a grizzly or a Kodiak, they have like razor sharp nails. They could just
that's what I mean. If a bear went for it, I'd say it's who it attacks first. If a bear attacked a gorilla, the gorilla's dead. If a gorilla attacked a bear, bear's dead. I think it's like pretty even, but gorillas aren't predators. The gorilla doesn't want to eat the bear, but the bear will eat the fucking gorilla.
What if the gorilla was a Chicago species, and when the bear wasn't looking, he gave him a throat punch you might win
That's what I mean. You'd have to make it really, really pissed off. And like I say, there are no recorded deaths from gorillas or orangutans. Chimpanzees and shit are the ones you got to worry about.
Oh yeah, they just rip your face
they're
off.
Fucking hits, man. They're the closest related to modern humans. And
I thought chimpanzees and bonobos are the closest.
Yeah. They're pretty similar, but I don't think they're technically different species. I think they're subspecies of the same group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think chimpanzees and bonobos are subspecies of the same fucking thing, really.
Mm-hmm.
They've just got behavioral adaptations, but genetically they're exactly the same fucking thing.
Right.
It's like I say, like the eastern grey kangaroos I have here have like fine pelts. But if I go up to the snowy mountains, it's the exact same genetic species of kangaroo. But the ones up there look like fucking wontons from Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah. It's like that little wombat. I thought it was
it was a Duvalier, not Chevalier. My mistake from a half hour ago. Well, anyway,
what's Chevalier from? That sounds. Is that where?
That's a French actor, Maurice Chevalier. Which no, I was talking about Haiti. It was Duvalier.
Yeah, I'm thinking about sword treatises manuals, and the French term for them is chivalry. Yeah, okay, a chivalry basically in a French accent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
in a relaxed format.
Yeah. You know, there's an old meme from like the Middle Ages, from like sword manuals, from like squires and knights and shit, where they have like the cool random artwork of people fighting cockatrice and fucking weird shit in the margins. And they've got a full-on meme, and this dude unscrews the pommel of his sword and throws it at his opponent to end him rightly. And it's the funniest fucking thing if you understand the context of it. It's like literally
those medieval comic books were pretty intense. You know?
Yeah, it's like there's a thing called half swording. Because if you're both in armor and you're bashing each other with blades, the technique is you hold your blade halfway up the blade so you can control the point. But once you're finally wrestled to the ground, you flip your blade over, and instead of thrusting them with the point, you've got the cross guard of your hilt and the weight of the pommel, and you bring it down over their helmet and pierce their helmet with your cross guard using the weight of your pommel, and you literally end other knights with the other end of your sword, the blunt end. And that's like a kill blow with the sword. You don't actually run them through when you get a knight on the ground. You flip your sword over and beat their head in with the fucking mace end of it, because that's the most effective way to do it quicker. And there's this old medieval comic manuscript of sword fighting treatises, and it's got a guy that takes the pommel off his sword and throws it at the enemy, and he wins. And it's the funniest fucking meme ever if you get the context of it. It's like he doesn't even win the duel; he just throws the pommel at him, and he wins.
Wow, intense. All right, I gotta go. I gotta have dinner.
Yeah,
well, it's been another 5-hour show. Unbelievable.
I don't know. Well, I go live instead. Does anyone want to come to Elves? I'll put on StreamYards. People can come to Elves.
Yeah, go to Elves. What's your channel name?
Should just be mine. Oh wait, what's it under? God, I'll look. I should just be Puckelf. No, Puckelf.
Yeah.
Puckelf 4923.
Puckelf 4923. I'm going to make a frozen lasagna, veggie lasagna. Yeah.
Oh, where's your meat?
It's pretty good, actually. Yeah.
My wife makes the best fucking lasagna from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got her fucking recipe handwritten down from Nelly. It's fucking good. Yeah, I still can't make it properly. I don't get the level of like the wetness to the sauce right. It's either always too wet or too dry.
Yeah. Well,
anyway.
All right. Thank you, Puck. You're a great guest as always. Thank you very much.
Pop a bay leaf in it.
Bay leaves, right. Thanks everyone for watching the show. This was a pretty interesting show, I must say. And I'll see you all later on the hate channels. All right.
All right. Thanks for chatting all. I might go live over on mine if you want. Come over to Pucks. We'll talk some shit.
Yeah, Puckelf. Right. See you later.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Thanks for chatting. Enjoy your dinner.